Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Tivoli Gardens broke outward, but she has asked for speed from the far outside. Do What It Takes is also hustled into the scene early. Saratoga Kisses comes away in third. Miss Pab has the fourth spot. No speed this afternoon from Keep My Eye on the Boys. She is second last, and Stay Home Mama is the early trailer. Tivoli Gardens with the killer crossover making the pace. It hasn't been an easy lead. There are some gals applying pressure. Both of the long shots, Miss Pab and Do What It Takes. Tivoli Gardens has to go at a good clip early. Saratoga Kisses gets a nice tracking trip. Look where she's situated. A little more than 3 off the lead. Near the 5/8. 5 lengths to Keep My Eye on the Boys trying to begin her bid. Stay Home Mama's 2.5 for 3 behind her. Tivoli Gardens with the lead. Miss Pab stays close. Do What It Takes third. Here's Saratoga Kisses getting a nice tracking trip, and here she comes with her run from the outside. Keep My Eye on the Boys has a little less than 5.5 to make up heading into the turn. And at the back, Stay Home Mama. Tivoli Gardens still with the lead. Here's Saratoga Kisses with her nice run. Saratoga Kisses with the run of the race now to tackle Tivoli Gardens. And now the race is really on here at the quarter pole. Tivoli Gardens still with something left. Saratoga Kisses made a nice move. Tivoli Gardens and Saratoga Kisses into third. Races Keep My Eye on the Boys and Stay Home Mamas for Tivoli Gardens, the leader near the 8th pole. And Saratoga Kisses continues with her relentless run to the outside. Tivoli Gardens softened up by the long shots. Saratoga Kisses with the run of the race. Who's it going to be in our Wednesday opener? Tivoli Gardens and Saratoga Kisses. Very, very tight. The second race will start the early pick 3. There are no changes in race 2. Post time in 19 minutes at 1:42. 3 time. And there they go. Slow start. Hot Rod Lincoln. Mount Vernon Boy wants to go. So too does Stormandy. And Hutch is going to sit a nice trip from their outside. Sea Tiger forwardly positioned along the rail. Hot Rod Lincoln's trying to make up ground. He's into the 5th position, and Colton Goes will bide his time at the back marker. Long shot, Mount Vernon Boy making the pace from Stormandy. Hutch has the 3rd position, a little more than 3 from the front, 3.5 or so, maybe even 4. Length back to Sea Tiger, right there with them, Hot Rod Lincoln, and Colton Goes is a little less than 7 lengths from the long shot, Mount Vernon Boy. 24 seconds that opening quarter. Mount Vernon Boy and Christian Navarro open up 3 lengths. In second, Stormandy. Hutch goes to the rail. Hot Rod Lincoln 3 deep. 5 off the leader. About a length and a half for 2 back to Sea Tiger. Similar margin to Colton Goes. 48-1. Mount Vernon Boy stretches the margin to nearly 6. Hutch tries to make a move into second inside of Stormandy. Hot Rod Lincoln being pushed on from the outside. Sea Tiger has a lot of work to do. Likewise for Colton Goes. And Mount Vernon Boy is running a big one. Mount Vernon Boy 6 lengths. Hutch fighting for second with Stormandy. And from the far outside comes Colton Goes and Sea Tiger from the rail. Mount Vernon Boy 20-1, all alone, turning for home. Mount Vernon Boy with the lead. And Hutch continues to close ground. Mount Vernon boys getting a little leg weary. Hutch is closing in with Colton Goes to the outside. Mount Vernon boy needs this final furlong still with 3 lengths. Colton Goes is cutting into the margin, but the wire favors the leader, and he's the winner. His name is Mount Vernon boy at 20-1. Colton Goes was second, then C2. Good double, 6-2, $162. Big early double. Big Exacta, 2-6, $254.50, 2-6-1. And there they go. Banyan Breeze is showing pace with Starburst. Also their number 1 Dylan and Doc Advantage, and John's Protege is the last of the quintet. Starburst, the expected pacemaker, quicker than number 1 Dylan. Doc Advantage is third. Banyan Breeze, 1 from the outside. He's in the 4th spot, 4 lengths from Starburst, and he's flanked by John's Protege. A little less than 5 lengths covers the quintet. 22 2/5 for the talented Starburst. He has the lead heading into the turn. Here comes Banyan Breeze with his run 3 deep. Number 1 Dylan from the rail. Doc Advantage, middleman status. John's Protege is more than 5.5 from Starburst. And Starburst has the lead, nearly 3 racing to the quarter pole. Banyan Breeze launches his charge to the outside. Doc Advantage third, then number 1 Dylan and John's Protege. Starburst is the one to come and catch at the top of the lane. Banyan Breeze begins the pursuit. And here comes Banyan Breeze after Starburst. Starburst has the lead at the 8th pole. Banyan Breeze is coming after him. Starburst and Banyan Breeze, the race we wanted. Starburst has the lead. Here's Banyan Breeze to the outside. Starburst and Banyan Breeze, and here they are. Maybe Starburst. Oh, 3, 5, 4, 6. That double 2, 3, $164.50. 3, 5 Exacta, $11.80. 3, 5, 4 Trifecta, $10. And there they go. Sweet Blindness asked for her speed. Do you know who I am? Also showing some pace. Smart Broad is third, and Unicorn Sally is in a good early position. She's 4th along the inside. Farther out races Smart Broad. And towards the tail, Alicia's Way and Melissa Smile. Do you know who I am? And Sweet Blindness. They share the top spot. Do you know who I am? Picking it up. Smart Broad's into third. Unicorn Sally's 4th, 5 off the lead. Better than 3 to Misty Gale. Almost 2.5 or so back to Alicia's Way outside of Melissa Smile. 24 seconds. Do you know who I am? And Sweet Blindness. They are 1-2 at the 5/8. 3 lengths Smart Broad from the outside. Unicorn Sally, little more than 3 off the lead. Inching into contention up the inside. Where's she going to go? Is she going to find a seam to split up that backstretch run? Looks like she will in the 3 path. Break of about 4.5 to Misty Gale with Alicia's Way. Another 4 back to Melissa Smile. Sweet Blindness, Smart Broad, and Unicorn Sally from between gals. Sweet Blindness with the lead, and Smart Broad is there, and here's Unicorn Sally under a vigorous drive from between gals. It's a break of about 5 to Misty Gale and Alicia's Way, and Melissa Smile towards the tail. And there's Unicorn Sally to confront Sweet Blindness at the top of the lane. Smart Broad is third. Alicia's Way tries to gather momentum up the inside. She makes a move into 4th. Farther out, Misty Gale. We got another good one here on the Wednesday card. Sweet Blindness, Unicorn Sally. Who wants it more? Sweet Blindness or Unicorn Sally? A thrilling finish in the run to the wire, and here's Unicorn Sally. Another one for Luis Perez. Race 4 is in the books officially at 3-2-4-5. The double 3-3, $12.20. 3-2 Exacta, $15. And there they go. Iova shows pace, and there is pace on. Avid Sukanori wants to go. Bonfire Diva's also quickly away. Rattle Me stalking from the outside. Willow Grove's up a little close from the inside. Then Quiet Horizon and Renina's Rose. Bonfire Diva on the stretch out with Avid Sukanori. Rattle Me also stretching out. She's third. She races outside of Iova. Willow Grove is a good 6.5 or so off the lead. Bonfire Diva with the lead to herself. Quiet Horizon second last inside of Renina's Rose. 23-4, good enough opening quarter for this level. With the top spot, Bonfire Diva better than 3. Avid Sukanori clearly second. They stack up for the third spot. Willow Grove, Iova, and Rattle Me from the far outside. Nearly 6 to Renina's Rose and Quiet Horizon. 48 seconds from Bonfire Diva. ensuring a pretty good clip for this level. And Avid Sukanori's in a beautiful spot heading into the turn, and she's gaining ground. And there's Willow Grove getting within 3. Then go to Iova, who needs to pick it up. Quiet Horizons beginning her bid. She got a good opening quarter. She's making a move for the 4th position along the rail. Then go to Renina's Rose. Nothing from Rattle Me. Avid Sukanori comes away with the lead. And Willow Grove is launching her charge. Avid Sukanori, a lot of pass class to call upon for this final 3/16, and she's the one to come and catch. Willow Grove from the far outside, then Bonfire Diva and Quiet Horizon with Iova trying to re-rally. Avid Sukanori has given them the slip. Willow Grove fighting for second. Quiet Horizon makes a move for third with Iova. No threats to Avid Sukanori. Clearly superior on this class drop. Who's going to get second? Here's Quiet Horizon up the inside, then Iova and Willow Grove 4th. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. Number 2, Anointed Spirit. Giovanni Paredes is a 7-pound bug. The weight. And there they go. Good start for Zucker Race. Banco Medici shows pace. Also their Escape Mission, who wants to pick it up from between runners. In the 4th spot is One for My Brother. Anointed Spirit strides in the 5th from the rail. Brits Union goes with him 3 wide. Then Broadway Banker and Regal Empire. Escape Mission and Banco Medici, they mix it up with one another. Zucker Race gets a nice traveling trip, nice tracking trip, and he's traveling well enough heading into the turn. Here's One for My Brother into the 3rd spot. Banco Medici's back to 4th. Gonna stick with these top 4. Escape Mission and Zucker Race, they put space between themselves and the others. Now it's 4 lengths to One for My Brother. Banco Medici along the inside. I'm going to Anointed Spirit and Brits Union. Here's Zucker Race to really turn it up on Escape Mission. Escape Mission and Zucker Race, another good one developing near the 8th pole. And Zucker Race comes away with the lead. Escape Mission has got some fight. He's not done yet. He comes back. Here comes Escape Mission. He wants more. Escape Mission and Zucker Race. Another thrilling finish on the Wednesday card. Anointed Spirit late on the scene into 3rd. Escape Mission. Another good horse race. Escape Mission. 6 War Tap. 2 pounds over the weight. Post time in 22 minutes at 4:16. Yeah. And there they go. Small Pebbles away slowly. That's good for War Tap. She flies away, and War Tap has the lead to herself. Miss Circular Gal and Busted Credit and Trivia and Small Pebbles are all pursuing. Towering Gaze from the far outside. Stimulus Check is 4 lengths from the front. Length and after Lady Tuffelsberg and True Empress is the last of all, and War Tap's the first of all. And she benefits the most from Small Pebbles not getting away quickly. War Tap, the leader, past the 3/8. From her outside is Busted Credit. Towering Gaze is launching her charge from the outside into 3rd, then Small Pebbles. Stimulus Check with a wide journey is a little less than 6 off the lead, covering Miss Circular Gal. And with a Trivia from the rail. True Empress tips to the outside. She comes with her run. And at the back is Lady Tuffelsberg. And with the lead, War Tapped. And there's True Empress really rolling in the center of the racetrack. And it's time to recognize True Empress. She has gone from last to first, just like that. True Empress, much the best. Busted Credit 2nd, then War Tapped. Small Pebbles 4th. Double $9. 4-7 Exacta, $21.20. 4-7-6 Trifecta, $23. 4-7-6-1 10-cent Super, $13 and a couple of pennies. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Quick start. Tina Burner, Empress Pulpatine also quickly into stride. And here comes Midnight Mindset. And she's going to be the quickest along the inside. Albany Yates is into the race. She's in the 4th spot, and she's only 2.5 from Midnight Mindset, who's going to try to slow it down along the inside. Weather Advisory, 3 off the lead. MAS Scroovies from the inside. Farther out, Ever Graceful, not near the lead. Little less than 5.5 or 6 from the pace. From the inside, Frankie Knows Best, then Sue B. One Journey at the tail of the field. In the last spot is the Fabulous Moolah. Heading into the turn, 22 4/5 for Midnight Mindset from Empress Pulpatine. And Tina Burner's right there, 3 deep. Albany Yates under a strong drive, trying to make her presence felt. She has more than 3 to find. She has been headed by Ever Graceful, who is committed to the widest of all journeys. They're going to Weather Advisory. They're in the lane with the lead now. Empress Pulpatine. She's got to be a big number, 51 to 1. And to the outside is Ever Graceful, and Albany Yates is trying to pick up her best stride. And to the extreme outside, who is this one? Is that the Fabulous Moolah? Indeed it is. Fabulous Moolah closing in the center of the racetrack. The Fabulous Moolah to the far outside, front and center. Ever Graceful second. Third, Empress Palpatine third. Fourth place, One Midnight Mindset. Officially 610.71. 4-6 late double, $12. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Monday opener in about 44 minutes. 1:15, 8 races, fast racetrack. Today's 7th race is our Monday featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Arctic Queen Stakes. New York bred fillies and mares, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. Gone and Forgotten, the defending champion, the morning line favorite. That's our 7th race on an 8-race card. We have no carryovers this afternoon. Our pick 6 will start in the 3rd. Our 50-cent pick 5 will get underway in race 4. Let's get to the changes. Nothing to report in the Monday opener, which will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race is also clear of change. It will kickstart the early pick 3. Race 3 will start our pick 6, a $1 minimum wager, an old school pick 6 here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. In the 3rd race, scratch number 4, Amore Fire. Morning line favorite 4, Amore Fire, scratched from the 3rd. Number 2, Sweet Invasion. The weight is 115 pounds. Giovanni Paredes is a 7-pound bug. 2:13 is the approximate post time for our Monday pick 6. Pick 5 starts in the 4th race, no changes. The late pick 4 gets underway in race 5. It is also clear of change. No changes, races 4 and 5. Race 6 will start the late pick 3. Number 1, Devious Banker, races with no hood. No hood this afternoon. Number 1, Devious Banker, race 6. 7th race, the Arctic Queen Stakes. 4:09 the approximate post time. It will start our late daily double. Scratch 1, Eros' Girl. Number 1, Eros' Girl, scratch from the Arctic Queen. Jackie Davis, now aboard number 3, Sniff. 3, Sniff, picking up the services of Jackie Davis. 4, Freddie Mo Factor, 1 pound over. Our Monday night cap, a couple of scratches. Number 1, Holy Matrimony, part of the entry, and 5 Interstate. 1, Holy Matrimony, part of the entry, and 5 Interstate, both scratched from our Monday night cap. 8 races, a fast racetrack. We start the day at 1:15. Have a great Monday. Up next, Des Matiz.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Got another 8-race card today as we start another race week. We always run Monday through Wednesday. Been doing that throughout this season anyway. Our big race of the day, our feature race, is the Arctic Queen Stakes. It features a few good ones. We did lose one of them, Eros' Girl, but we still got the defending champion, Gone and Forgotten. What a year that she had last year. She was voted top mare, fillier mare, older fillier mare by the HBPA last year. You also have Queen Aurelia. You talk about horse for the course. She had been 6 for 6 in the races at Finger Lakes up until her last start. didn't have a great trip that day, but she could be the outside speed. And then you got Curly Girl, who just won, looked real good in a route last time. She turns back in distance and could be a factor in there as well. So pretty good one. We got the Arctic Queen Stakes, a $50,000 stake. That's our featured 7th race. Looking back to last Wednesday, always looks like a long time ago. Kind of was. That was our last racing day. Big day for Louis Perez. Congratulations to him. I think he had 3 wins on the Wednesday card, so he's got the hot hand right now in the jockey colony. We'll look at today's card. First race goes a route, $5,000 claimer. It's a split condition. Non-winners of a race since a date or have never won 4 races. Always like Kingfish. Seems like I pick him almost every time, and he seems to have trouble every time. This time I'm going to pick him second because I do like Faraway Look making his second start of the year. He just got an edge on these as far as numbers, and I think he's going to get first run on Kingfish, who does his best running once he gets going. He's a big horse that's a little slow into stride, and when he gets rolling, he'll be coming late. And maybe the distance will help his cause going to a mile and 16th. But Faraway Looks got a good record at the distance, and you look at the horse. I mean, last time going a mile and 16th, he won. I mean, he won by, over 10 lengths? And that was probably a tougher field at the 11 to 9 level. Well, came off the layoff, probably needed the race, and it was a sprint. Seems to be a little better going long than short, although has had some success going short as well. But this particular distance, can't ignore the record. Yeah, the race he comes out of wasn't that great, but it was a sprint. And again, maybe a tightener for Faraway Look, who could be in business today. I like Kingfish. Obviously, the horse is well bred by Curlin and looks the part. Is a really nice looking horse, big, strong horse. He hasn't always been great getting out of the gate. You can't lose any stride or momentum with this horse, and that's what happened last time. He probably was on his way to victory, but got caught behind horses last time and had to alter course. And again, he does usually break a little sluggishly, so he'll get going here, mile and 16th. If the pace does back up, know him late, because he's going to be tough again for 5,000, especially with a clean trip. Kodiak Brown's the morning line favorite. Hard not to see him in the number somewhere. And you got to like the angle, 3rd start of the year. Last time finishing just off the board against these, and he did have a slow start. I still think Kingfish outran him, though. But he draws the rail today and could sit a nice trip from there. Now, you got to look at the pace scenario. The 2-horse Maceda's got some speed. Quad Party, you would assume, even though he's on the outside, he's going to have some natural speed stretching out, that Kodiak Brown could sit in that second tier or 3rd tier. Faraway Looks should get a nice trip as well. That's one I like on top. Flat Bill usually hangs around for his share. More of a second place type horse with 15 seconds in his career, but this is a little tougher field. I'm going to put him in the number, though. I'm going to go the 5-3-1-4 in the first. Second race is a maiden claimer, 11 to 9, goes a distance of a mile 70. A lot of question marks with race number 2. You got Over the Cap, well bred, could be the favorite in here off of the class level, but really hasn't shown anything in his few starts. He does get some class relief, dropping the 11 to 9. I look at from a pace scenario. I mean, Milagroso, I think the horse had such bad form that they decided, Davila, just send this horse to the front end. Let's see how he could do being aggressive. And guess what? He did pretty well. I think it worked out. Got beat by a horse that was a drop down, and That's My Business, who was sitting on a win, was hitting the board against special weights, and after one bad effort was at the 11 to 9 and was just much the best. So he got passed by that one, but he didn't get passed by any of the other horses in the field, which were similar horses as what he'll face today, including Looking Grand, who I got second. So they were second and third behind That's My Business. I think they'll be first or second here, logically, if Over the Cap doesn't improve on the drop. And I like it from a pace standpoint. I think Milagroso can get the lead from the rail. It all depends on how good inside speed is and if he gets any pressure early or how much pressure he gets early. It's his race to lose on the front end, though. And off the second place finish, that might be good enough to beat this group with no That's My Businesses in here. I'll go with the 4, Looking Grand for second. Jackie Davis does opt to go to Tom's Legacy, maybe to ride more for Bill Bartlett. But, and that one could play too. That one's really well bred for the route. I did use it in the top 4. But Looking Grand comes out of that same race. Didn't run badly at all. It ran very well. And even though he's not getting through the maiden condition, the 2 starts at the 11 and 9 level have been competitive. And and I thought maybe this one's a little bit easier than what he's been facing. I mean, he did run against Bill Grossa last time and he did finish far behind that one, but maybe he can make up the ground that he can turn the tables on that one, especially if there's some pressure early. But I do see Milagrosa on the lead. Looking Grand can have more of a stocky trip and kind of hang around to be second or third in here. Now, I did use Over the Cap for third. You got to respect the connections. Barry Schwartz and Mike Lesperau, they win a lot of races over the years. They're going to take the weight off with the apprentice rider, Carlos Barbosa, who's riding extremely well. I think he's got the most wins of all our apprentices, and it's been working. It's hard to gauge anything from the last race because he was wide in that race. It's not like horse had a great trip and then he backed up, but he wasn't competitive either in that race either. One of the things I noticed with Over the Cap, though, his first 3 starts were on the turf. He's not really bred for the turf, which is interesting. And he's actually not that strongly bred for longer distance either. I know this is a 1.7 miles. He's not like it's a 1.1 miles or 1.25 miles, but he's actually bred better for, say, 6.5, 7 furlongs. So maybe I can see this horse drop again and roll over some horses, turn them back in distance. But, class-wise, might just need the weight off, might just need this easier field, and that could make the difference. I mean, the dam was a $160,000 yearling. I mean, the breeding is there. I'll use the 3 Tom's Legacy in the number as well. And this one's kind of a tricky horse to figure. Has made 2 starts. Didn't show anything in either race. Didn't take a lot of money. Cost $52,000 as a weanling. And man, the dam was pinhooked for $170,000. I think it was originally like something like $1,500. But has been pretty good as a mare. And I like the Cloud Computing. I mean, Cloud Computing, they've done okay, stretching out. Of course, I like Cloud Computing in the Preakness that year. So the number is good for the distance. 378 Tomlinson overall. I think Tom's Legacy could improve with the stretch out. Bill Bartlett has usually been pretty good sprinter route. Third race, scratch the 4. Kind of a big scratch in race number 3 because it does affect the pace, number 1. Plus, Amore Fire was a strong player in there. Didn't change my top choice, but changed my second choice. But Pretty Miss Keenes, I was going to go with either way. And you get Ray Gutierrez. Looks like this horse can be the pressing speed with Lady Quinn. I mean, Lady Quinn looks to be the speed here. This is the first time for her going 6 furlongs in quite some time. She did break her maiden going 3/4. Wouldn't expect her to be aggressively put out on the lead going 6 furlongs, which puts Pretty Miss Keenes in the race. I think that puts her right on top of Lady Quinn, maybe pressing. And I don't think they're going to go that fast unless they decide to both be really aggressive. But I can see a 22-4 type first quarter here, 46 and change half. And that could be good for Pretty Miss Keenes. As long as she gets in the race and gets first run on the rest of them, I think she's got to be awfully tough. I mean, you're down to a 5-horse race here. Sweet Invasion's got to come from out of it. Wabansi, she was allowed to be in a race because of a slow pace, but she did improve from her outside post. But they went slow that day, so I could see the pace being something like that, not that fast. Lady Quinn getting the lead, but Pretty Miss Keenes in the race, and she's knocking at the door anyway. I mean, the horse hasn't run a bad race since she's come to Finger Lakes with 2 seconds and a first. Got to see her first or second here, you would think, especially with Ray. I'll use Sweet Invasion for second. I think the class relief's going to help this one. Last time she ran at the 11 and 9 level, she ran decently to be second in that race against a pretty decent 11 and 9 field. Now, only a couple starts this year, and in those couple starts, she has shown absolutely nothing, and probably why she's getting class relief. Plus, they're trying to take some weight off with the apprentice rider. Can't hurt. And you can maybe see this horse wake up a little bit because of that. If you look at last year's form at the 11-9 level, she was very competitive. So getting that class relief, Sweet Invasion, maybe puts her in the mix. And the big question is how fast Lady Quinn has to go early. Again, she's got to go a little further, 6 furlongs. She's won 3/4 before, when she broke her maiden back in December, and she was trying those short races at Charlestown before going 5.5 and getting tired last time. Well, she was off a little bit of a layoff last time, so it could be sharper here. And if able to get out there and relax a little bit going 6 furlongs, I'm not sure that Pretty Miss Key's going to allow that to happen, but if she does, she's dangerous to go all the way. I'm going to go with the 6-2-3 in the third. Again, Amore Fire scratching probably helps her cause. Probably helps both Lady Quinn's and Pretty Miss Key's cause. Okay, fourth race starts to pick 5. Yeah, this is kind of a tricky one. I mean, how good is Janis Joplin right now is the question mark. I mean, this one was thought of highly. Looked good as a tour. She hadn't even broken her maiden yet as a 2-year-old. They tried her in the Schuylerville. Of course, you see a lot of maidens go in the Schuylerville because it's so early in the Saratoga meet. And then hit the board again in the Adirondack Stakes. But those are open graded stakes 2-year-old fillies. And so you know she's got some class. She's got decent breeding for the route. Interesting enough, she's only run twice going long on the dirt. She's gone long on different surfaces, but only twice on the dirt. And that was only her second start in a dirt route last time for Janis Joplin. But man, did she draw away from that field. Granted, it wasn't that strong of a field. Shoop, there it is, did come back to beat an easier group to win, but it wasn't that great of a field. So I guess the question is, how good is Janis Joplin? One of the things I liked, because I did like Isabel Loves Gold in here as well. You know, it's going to be the pace scenario that's going to be a factor. Is Isabel Loves Gold probably the inside speed? But looking at the pace numbers for Janis Joplin last time, the way she ran, and as fast as she ran early up close to that pace, she's going to be right with Isabel Loves Gold early. Let's see if she's better than that one going long. I got her on top. Isabel Loves Gold I also like in here as the other one. She goes first time Lasix, and if you're a long time Finger Lakes player, you know that's always been, or always used to be, a strong play for Michael S. Ferraro going L1. Used to be a high percentage anyway. Well, this one looked good running second against Golden Moonlight, who's a real good one. And then just didn't fire in the Niagara Stakes. I was surprised how poorly she ran in the Niagara Stakes. But I think she might improve going first time Lasix, and that might tell the story of why she didn't drop from the allowance level last time after the poor effort. So it's a positive sign that when she goes L1, she stays at the allowance level. Ice Love takes the blinkers off. She did regress last time for whatever reason. She didn't fire at all. She had the numbers to win that race from her previous 2 starts. Was wide. Maybe that was a factor. Let's see if the equipment change helps. But it is a little bit tougher field. 5-3-2-4 for me in the fourth. Fifth race. We're on the 5th. Okay, well, we'll let them catch up. Fifth race is 11-9, going 6 furlongs. And yeah, it's a pretty evenly matched group at the 11-9 level. I do think that Matt Doyle's getting a little overlooked here at 5-1 off of the last effort because he did not have a good trip at all. He was caught wide that whole trip, and that's a day where you didn't want to be wide trying to make up some ground, and that's been the case. And I think you got to forgive the effort last time and go back to his maiden victory, which was pretty dominant. I mean, God Bless America has turned out, just broke his maiden, but looked good breaking his maiden recently. Now, didn't have a great form in Tampa, but was tangling with much tougher horses. Then you go back to those open maidens that he was facing in New York, far better than the maidens here, and that's probably why he broke his maiden and looked so good doing it that day back in June. I think he could win that against allowance horses, so I'm going to like him today against the 11-9s. I think at this spot, Matt Doyle's going to be awfully tough again. I think the trip had a lot to do with it. You think of the winner had a perfect trip. The winner came right up the inside to win that race. So there's a difference of being outside and getting the wide trip versus getting that inside trip, and that was the case for Matt Doyle last time. Now, from a pace scenario, I think it does favor a horse like North Coast. North Coast could be tough in here if able to get to the lead or at least be with the early pace. Got to consider anyway. He's going good right now. I think it's just a matter of being put at the proper spot. This will coming off the maiden drop to start off the year at 11-9 and stayed at the 11-9 against winners, and it really showed that he belongs at this level with a good second place finish. Farrar Jr. knows where to spot him, and I think he's in the right spot today again. It all depends on this pace scenario for North Coast, but definitely a top three threat. He likes this distance of 6 furlongs. His one career win was at 3/4. He's 4 for 5 in the money at 3/4. Pace scenario favors him. He's got a tactical edge. He does get a few seconds here and there. I don't know if he's quite as good as Matt Doyle class-wise, but he might get a little better of the trips, possibly. Klingman's a deep closer. I just don't think he's going to get the pace he needs. He did have a troubled trip last time and still came closing late to be third. Good effort by Klingman. I would like him today if I saw some more pace, and it is 6 furlongs. There just isn't one. New York Riesling's on the outside. Ran into a sharp CJ's Grand Slam, and he did break poorly in that race as well. And that's the first time at the level at 11-9 after running against allowance horses. So it could be any kind, and his best puts him right in the number. I'm going to go with a 4, 5, 1, and 6 in the 5th. I just cannot see 5-1 on Matt Doyle. 6th race, an allowance race. Downwinners of a state bred condition going 3/4. Interesting race because now here's another one. Doesn't have a lot of speed. The speed comes from Son of Darkness. Son of Darkness could be out there alone as far as he goes. I don't know if he's quite good enough to beat these horses, though. I like Invaluable Will, but I think Devil or Angel's going to kind of get a little better of the trip because he's got a little more tactical speed early that he's going to get first run on Invaluable Will. But I like those two. If Son of Darkness is out there, the horses that get first run and get after Son of Darkness early are the ones that are probably going to have the advantage. I think Devil or Angel could be, and I like how sharp Devil or Angel is right now. He came off the layoff and won. Granted, it was only a 4-horse field, and it did take him a perfect trip to get there, but he probably needed that race too. He came back and really looked solid in victory. Sometimes you say, well, the horse got the trip or the pace was quick up front or whatever. No, this horse was much the best when he won on June 29th and looked good with the victory. Then he came back and ran second last time, and the pace scenario beat him more than anything in that one state bred as Father Walsh got away from him. Give him another chance here in the one state bred. I think trip-wise, he's going to be in the right spot and get after Son of Darkness when that one starts to get a little tired late. I'll go with the 3, Invaluable Will, logical horse. Look, and you look at the race. Devious Banker comes out of a 5,000 claimer. Blue City comes out of a 5,000 claimer. Son of Darkness at the 11-9 level. Waheel 11-9 level. Who's the true allowance horses in here? Well, the real true allowance horse is Invaluable Will. He's been running at the level. Granted, he did run against the higher 11-9s before, but that's what you get in the one state bred allowance. Sometimes they come through the allowance conditions, the 3, 2, 3, 4. Sometimes they come through that 11-9, 2, 3, 4, and go into that one state bred. Sometimes they just come right out of the 2 lifetime allowance, go right to that one state bred. But the ones that are coming from the 5, like Devious Banker and Blue City, you got to think that they might be a little outclassed by a few of these other ones in here. And Son of Darkness had dropped lower. That's why he was eligible for the starters before. So I'm going to go with Devil or Angel and Invaluable Will, who have been facing a little tougher allowance type field. So Waheel is another one like Devil or Angel, the other Barrow trainee, that's pretty sharp right now too. I mean, he's won 2 in a row. The first one, he was supposed to win. He was the lone speed. That's why he won. And last time, no, he earned it. That was a good effort by Waheel. He did get a pretty nice trip. It moved at the right time. I don't think he's got quite the numbers of his stablemate, Devil or Angel, but he definitely plays off of his recent form. He's looking for 3 in a row. Hard to leave out as well. Son of Darkness, could be dangerous here if left alone. It is 3/4 though, so he's going to have to go all the way. But if able to get out there and relax a little bit and control his pace, Son of Darkness could at least land a share. It is a tough spot for him though, going back into the one state bred. Sometimes you catch a little easier fields, as he has in the past. Sometimes, I mean, other than the 2 inside horses, I mean, it's only a 6-horse field. Maybe he could beat Devious Banker and Blue City, and if he finishes ahead of one of the other 3 main contenders, which it looks like. I mean, 3, 5, and 6 look like the main contenders, and 4 is the speed. It's kind of how the race complexion is. So I'm going to go with a 5, 3, 6, 4. Okay, now our feature race, the Arctic Queen Stakes. Goes a distance of 6 furlongs. It is for fillies and mares. It's a New York bred stake. It also is a Lasix free stakes, as we run all of our stakes races, Lasix free. So that's something to look at too. If some of these horses that have not had experience coming off Lasix, sometimes you might want to give them a negative. I'm going to go with the defending champ. I think she can make it 2 in a row. I'm a little concerned with pace in this race at 6 furlongs. I do think there isn't a lot. I mean, Queen Aurelia isn't that fast, but looks like she might be able to make the lead from her outside post. And she's coming off Lasix for the first time, by the way. I just think Gone and Forgotten's going to run her down. And maybe Queen Aurelia gets enough pressure from trying to clear Daredevil Bull, who does have some sprint speed. I don't know, coming out of rounds, she's got as much as Queen Aurelia. Queen Aurelia could be dangerous, but she is coming off Lasix for the first time. I think Gone and Forgotten, she's a little sharper, probably needed her first start of the season. And she ran 3rd in there. They just didn't come back to her. And the winner got a perfect trip on an off track, and the winner was an off track lover. Well, she came back and somehow, some way, went off at odds of something ridiculous, like 7-2, and looked good. I mean, yes, she got a nice trip up the inside to get the win, but it was a fair racetrack. It wasn't like the inside was better. I think most of the winners were outside. And she still came up the inside and rallied to get the victory. Give her another, 3rd start of the year today. She's sharp enough to win. My only concern would be pace, which could favor a horse like Queen Aurelia. Of course, Queen Aurelia had not fallen in love with either coming off Lasix. Curly Girl kind of surprised me how good she looked last time. Curly Girl dominated that field, took the late money, and absolutely dominated that 2 state bred field. Now that was a route, and now she's cutting back in distance to a sprint, but she could be that good right now. I mean, her other sprint race that she won this year, yeah, I don't put too much positive on that. I mean, she won, but she also, nobody went with her. I mean, she inherited a lead. She doesn't even have that much speed, and she just walked. It was kind of a public work for her. But I really like her effort last time. She just absolutely dominated that field. So you got to consider her. It's just, again, pace could matter here. Watch how the track plays before we get to our feature race, because if speed's good, that might be a huge positive for a horse like Queen Aurelia, who is definitely a horse for the course. Now, most of those wins aren't against this kind, but she does possibly have a tactical edge here. She had one. I mean, how hard is that? I don't care who you're up against, unless it's like a $5,000 claimer that just keeps running at 5,000. Then okay, so you keep running at 5,000, and nobody claims you, so you win 5 or 6 in a row, or something like that. But this horse is running through allowance conditions and winning 6 in a row, and that's impressive for Queen Aurelia. Granted, again, it's not Gone and Forgotten that she's beaten. Actually, she lost to Gone and Forgotten last time, but she kind of held her own. She ran okay in that race. She wasn't able to make the lead. Maybe she could turn the tables. If she's able to get the lead in here, she might get back into her winning ways, and she's got to be considered dangerous in the spot. Daredevil Bull, another one. I mean, she's got tactical sprint speed, more route speed, though, and she's cutting back in distance. It concerns me about the pace in here because there isn't a lot. Again, Queen Aurelia looks like the main speed. The question is she good enough? Daredevil Bull could be the closest one to her early, and maybe the best shot to maybe press that one early. So she should be in good position anyway. and maybe lands a share of the best of the rest of them. Because after you get past Gone and Forgotten and Curly Girls seem to have the class, and then you got Queen Aurelia, the horse for the course that looks to have the tactical speed edge. Maybe the best of the other three might be Daredevil Bull because she's going to be in the right position. Maybe running second throughout the race just off of Queen Aurelia. At least that's how I see it. I'm going to go with the 2, 6, 7, 5 in today's feature, the Arctic Queen Stakes. 8th race, scratch the 1 part of entry, Holy Matrimony. Scratch the 5, Interstate. Well, Bingo John looks to have a class edge on these rivals. I mean, he was running against allowance horses and running well against allowance horses. So kind of that makes it a little bit of a scary drop because you're knocking at the door and you're running against Allure of Money last time, who ran a big race. Actually put up a good number that day and came back to win. Came back to win the New York Derby. But so that makes you wonder why Bingo John is dropping in class today to the 11 and 9, because it does look like he's sitting on a win against allowance horses. That's a scary thing. But overall, he looks like the horse to be. His main threat looks to be the stablemate. So you got Bingo John and Beach Boy Al, whose only question mark could be the distance. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of starts in the distance. Did go a mile and finished 4th. But what a good effort off the layoff that he had last time, going 5.5 with that victory. That's not easy to do. Win off the layoff since November as easily as he did. So he stretches out. It might be the main threat to Bingo John. I do think Jeremiah Englar holds the cards here in the last race. So we'll go with the 2-4. I'll throw in Kong Loves a Fight for 3rd. Was a beaten favorite last time against, arguably an easier field. I mean, Lucky Manny ended up dominating that field. And he wasn't far behind the second horse. Maybe he was just a little overbet. I mean, Lucky Manny was just that good. The 1A BC Glory Days looks to be the speed along with Uncle Vic. Uncle Vic stretches out, has speed. So it all depends on what these two do and how much pressure BC Golden Days is going to get early from Uncle Vic, or if he lets Uncle Vic go. I mean, both of them look like they're going to want the front end, which kind of hurts the chances of BC Glory Days. But with a drop in class, he could be dangerous at the 11 and 9 level. Going to go with the 2, 4, 3, and 1A. That's our 8-race card today. Hope you enjoy it. Remember, the pick 5 starts in race number 4. Got the regular pick 6, a $1 pick 6 in race number 3. We got the big feature race, the $50,000 Arctic Queen Stakes. That'll be race number 7 on this 8-race card. We are going to continue live racing the rest of this week, Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. See you then.
And bugler Courtney Bates has the horses on the track for the Monday opener, 1 mile and 1/16. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since February 14th. They're non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Here they are, one Kodiak Brown and John Davila Jr. Next will be number 2, Masetta. Michael Davila Jr. is the jockey. 3 is Kingfish with Caber Koa. Second choice at 5-2. On to the 4, Flat Bill with Jackie Davis. 5 is Faraway Look, Luis Perez. And 6 is Quad Party, gunning for 2 in a row, Nazario Alvarado. 2 and 6, both conditioned by the Murph. The opener starts the early double, the early pick 4, 8 races, a fast racetrack. There are no changes to the Monday opener, a little more than 4 minutes until post time. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Monday card. 8 races, a fast racetrack. Our 7th race is the feature, the $50,000 guaranteed Arctic Queen Stakes. 6 fillies and mares. The defending champion gone and forgotten, back to defend her title. She was our top filly and mare last season. And she is 1 for 2 so far in 2023. Gone and forgotten, the favorite and the one to beat in our Monday featured event. We have 6 horses in the Monday opener, 1 mile and 1/16. It will start the early double and the early pick 4. You're looking at my top pick, the 5, A Faraway Look. 26th of July, he needed that affair, and sprinting is not what he's all about. His best number is around 2 turns at this distance. He did it last year in early October, and that was when he was defeated by 4 lengths. The race prior to that, he won by 10 3/4. It's kind of ironic, though, that they have his 74 buyer for 1 mile and 70 yards, yet the 72 buyer, which he was able to accumulate on the 7th of September, was at the mile and 1/16. Sometimes these distances in the form of mile and 70, mile 16, they can get a little bit confusing. But let's talk about Faraway Look. On the 26th of July, that was definitely a race in which he needed to tune up. Wasn't asked for much. I will say this, he was a little wide off the turn. I liked his stretch run, and I really liked his gallop out. And you get Michael S. Ferraro, who hits it 42% the second off a long layoff, and he hits it 40% from sprint to route. No wonder why this is the horse who's the favorite on the board at 6-5. Last year, he was very successful against Better. This is his 3rd start in a row for $5,000. He makes a lot of sense. Looks like he could get a nice trip behind Masetta, maybe even Quad Party. And Luis Perez, with the injury to Andre Worry, is poised to try to reclaim our top jockey status. You know, Luis Perez was the top jockey in 2020 and 2021. Last year, Andre was able to take the top title. The Diamond Man riding pretty good. He's probably the one to beat going forward. Faraway Look, the favorite and the horse to beat here in the opener. 3, Kingfish. He makes a lot of sense. Caber Koa might be saying something like, hey, Kalo, don't be giving that jockey title yet to Luis Perez. He's right there battling with John Davila Jr. and the Diamond Man. Those 3 figure to really battle it out in the run to the wire. Kingfish is making his 3rd start of the season. He's pretty solid for $5,000. The problem with Kingfish is he always gives himself a lot of work to do. He is hoping for a fast pace, and if that is the case, he is the horse who will benefit from it the most. He's a player at 5-2. The one, Kodiak Brown, he ran a fourth place finish behind Kingfish, who finished in front of him on the 17th of July. This is the third start of the season for Kodiak Brown. Like Kingfish, you just don't know what you get with Kodiak Brown. He doesn't win a lot of races, that's for sure. He's only 3 for 32 in the win column. Most of his placings are second and third place finishes, and that's indicative to his running style. He's usually at the mercy of a pace, and when you get a small field going 2 turns, the pace is usually not as fast as if, let's say, you had 10 to 12 horses in that race. So Kodiak Brown, it's very explainable why most of his finishes are second and third. He's currently at 5 to 1. Then you get the 2 Meseta. What do you do with Meseta? Can Meseta sneak clear on the lead? He has an inside post. He's coming out of a better race in which he was in against 11 and $9,000 won by Coach Bahi. The trip prior to that was a first state bred race going 6 furlongs. He was good enough to win at Turfway Park, and I'll tell you what, the Turfway Park runners have been doing very well across the country. Wouldn't surprise me if Meseta gets a little brave on the front end. He's 5 to 1. Faraway Look, my top pick here in the opener. Absolutely short price. Not enjoying that at even money, but he's the horse to probably beat, dating back to some of his races last year in August, September, and October. Post time in a little more than a minute, maybe even a little less than a minute. They are getting very close to the starting gate for our Monday opener. It's post time for the Monday opener. 5 Faraway Look, 6 to 5. 3 Kingfish, 2 to 1. Those two are dominating the board. Inside 3 are situated. Here comes a flat bill. Here comes the favorite, Faraway Look. And then Quad Party will be the last of 6. Ed Schatzel, Tim Murphy. Murphy with a couple here. He's got the 2 Meseta for his other owner, Craig Benoit. So here's Quad Party to the outside, just about ready for the Monday opener. And there they go. Faraway Look, not the quickest away, but he is right there amongst the pace. Meseta was the slowest starter, and now he's punching on through along the inside. Faraway Look, a narrow lead from Meseta from the inside. Flat Bill comes away running in a third, and Quad Party, despite stretching out, nowhere near the lead. From the inside, Kodiak Brown and Kingfish, a late runner, the last of 6. It's Meseta and Faraway Look, and they will share the top spots, not like they're flying up front. In third is Quad Party, and he races outside a Flat Bill. Kodiak Brown 5th from the inside, and Kingfish is a little more than 5 lengths from the leaders. They are slowing it down up front. Meseta and Faraway Look, they continue to vie for the top spot. They work with nearly 3 lengths from the outside runner. Quad Party covering Flat Bill, Kodiak Brown from the rail, and Kingfish now about 6 lengths from Meseta. 24 and 4/5. Macetta, half a length, maybe 3 parts from the outside. Faraway Look. 3 lengths Quad Party covering Flat Bill. Kodiak Brown against the fence. Kingfish yet to gear up to this point. 49 and 4/5. Favorable flow for the top 2. Let's see if they can quicken away. Macetta and Faraway Look. They still have 3 lengths. Trying to close in Quad Party with Flat Bill. Kodiak Brown back to 5th. Kingfish now trying to hit his best stride. Here comes Faraway Look. Faraway Look makes his move. Faraway Look outside of Macetta. And Flat Bill's closing in along with Quad Party. And go to Kingfish, who starts to cruise into contention from the extreme outside. Flat Bill, a big price, tackling Faraway Look, who's even paced. Here's Kingfish to the outside. Flat Bill, 11 to 1. Kodiak Brown, a late charge in the 2-path. Here's Kodiak Brown really stepping up in the late stages. Kodiak Brown. Kodiak Brown from Flat Bill, then Kingfish, and Faraway Look with no excuses in 4th. All sorts of runs from the 3 top finishers. Looked like Flat Bill was going to really spring the upset. Once he found the front, he had been closer than both of the 2 late threats to this soft pace. Still, despite a favorable flow, it was the 2 at the back of the pack who really kicked it into high gear when it counted the most. And it is one Kodiak Brown at 6 to 1. The unofficial winner. 4 Flat Bill does hang on for second. 3 Kingfish, who took a lot of late money at 8 to 5, is third. And disappointing effort from the 5 Faraway Look, the 3 to 2 favorite. 148 and 49 100ths, the final time. Kodiak Brown, his 4th career score, a 6-year-old, a big gelding by Big Brown out of the Adam K. Miss Girl, owned by Epona Racing Stable and Toga Party Racing Stable. Big shout out to Al Kirchine, part of Epona Racing Stable. Winning trader Chris Engelhardt, winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Marianne Hurtubise along with Everett Estabrooks. And the openers in the books officially 1435, that exact to $121. The trifecta $61.25, 10 cents super 1435, $23.67. Second race is clear of change and post time is in 20 minutes at 1:44.
Getting ready for race number 2, and that was Kodiak Brown. Actually went up big time in prices. That horse was 2-1 morning line, ended up at 6-1. Got the trip today as he was able to close and get the victory. Didn't get the trip last time, and I think the improved effort was there for Kodiak Brown. And John DeVille gets the victory for Chris Engelhart. Normally don't pay that well, which got 6-1 on that horse in the first. 11-9 claimer is the second. This for maiden claimers, going a distance of 1.70 miles. So we'll go route again. The inside speed looks to come from the 1, Milagroso. Almost looked like he was just more aggressive with the stretch out last time. Not with as much natural speed as was urged early, but it worked out. And the horse ended up hanging in there for a while before being passed by That's My Business, but nobody else. So if Milagroso can improve off of that route effort, go to the front end from his inside position, they may have a tough time chasing this one down. He's at odds of 9-5. The 4 is Looking Grand. Wasn't that far behind Milagroso last time, finishing third in that race. And so if that one does come back, you would think the stalking trip of Looking Grand might be able to chase him down. And, you know, That's My Business, who was dropping from special weights, moves on. So you basically got a little softer field today other than facing Milagroso again. So maybe the same type of pace scenario for Looking Grand, and off the last effort, got to consider having a chance here. The 6 Over the Cap is the tricky read. He's the morning line. Well, he's 5-2 morning line. Milagroso is the morning line favorite. But Over the Cap hasn't shown anything in 4 starts. They're going to try dropping slightly, dropping the 11-9 level, and trying the Apprentice Rider. Did have a wide trip last time, and obviously a tougher field. This one, not really that well bred on the dam side for turf, and they tried turf for the first 3 starts. And Over the Cap, maybe getting the class relief will be the big thing, dropping to the 11-9. The 3 horse is Tom's Legacy. Actually, Jackie Davis opts to ride here. Actually rode Looking Grand last time. Tom's Legacy ran twice at the maiden special level, didn't show anything in 2 starts. But we'll try stretching out, and this horse is better bred for the route by Cloud Computing. I have a dam that did have some route breeding on her side as well. They paid $52,000 for this one, but the dam herself was pinhooked, paid $170,000 maybe for breeding purposes. But again, Tom's Legacy has shown nothing so far, but maybe the route will be this one's thing. Is bred so much better for going further. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. We got 8 minutes to post.
Second race, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers 11-9, 1 mile and 70 yards. 2 Dancing with Jake now 1 pound over. 1 Diaz riding at 118. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Milagroso. John Davila Jr. and Chris Englehart looking to sweep the early double. They got the favorite here at 6-5. 2 is Dancing with Jake, 1 Diaz. Once again, he is riding at 118 this afternoon. 3 Tom's Legacy, Jackie Davis. 4 is Looking Grand with Kevin Navarro. 5 is Sharpoon, Giovanni Paredes. And 6 is Over the Cap, Carlos Barbosa. That's the field race 2, starting the early pick 3, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Fans, let's turn our programs to the 5th race. An overweight 3, Suppresso, 5 pounds over. Once again, Juan Diaz at 118. Milagroso, the top selection here in our race 2. The fans are on him at 6-5. I'm on him. Tice is on him. Maybe that's a lot of weight for Milagroso. Liked what I saw from him on the 31st of July. I thought he had a trouble trip on the 10th of July. Those were his first 2 races ever here at Finger Lakes. Inside post, John Davila Jr. and Chris Englehart looking to sweep the early double. It's a short price considering Milagroso was nearly 15-1 on the 31st of July, and now you're getting a 6-5. Looking Grand comes out of the same affair, and he was about 5.5-1 that day, and now you're getting a lot more value with Looking Grand at a 5-2. Looking Grand lower odds when he faced off against Milagroso on the 31st of July. Now they have reversed the role. Milagroso, though, his 3rd start over the surface, an inside post. This will be his 2nd consecutive start around 2 turns. He made the lead with an outside post. Figures to make the lead with an inside post. I guess the only knock you could have on him is this is his 4th race in about 6 weeks, and it's his 5th race in about 8 weeks. It's a lot of action, but still it's Milagroso, the favorite. And we've already made him the top pick. 4 Looking Grand. Ran some pretty good races there in June and July, especially that 3rd place finish against the maiden special weights. You figure if he could somehow repeat that race, he could be the one to beat. You get Kevin Navarro. It was Carlos Barbosa. It was Jackie Davis to start the season. Then the bug boy, Carlos Barbosa. Back to Jackie on the 31st of July. Now you get Kevin Navarro. Christopher Fung. He's an owner-trainer. He conditioned a Caltech last year, and a Caltech won a boatload of races last season. So we know Mr. Fung knows what he's doing. Looking Grand at a 5-2. Worth a little bit of a look if you're against Milagroso. Didn't know what to make of the 6 Over the Cap. Here's a horse who took a lot of money on the 24th of July. His first race here at Finger Lakes against much better competition. Was somewhat forwardly positioned into a soft pace. I say somewhat because he was 5th, but he was only 2 lengths out, so he was relatively close to this soft pace. He does lose Cabercoa. Now you get the bug boy, Carlos Barbosa, so you're getting a nice weight break. It's really hard to see what this horse is going to do in this spot. He has had 4 career races, and none of them are really inspiring. His first 3 were on the turf. The lone appearance here at Finger Lakes was dismal. Now the connections are giving up, dropping him all the way to 11. I guess that's somewhat encouraging. He's not being slammed all the way down to 5. That would be like totally giving up. So maybe there is still some belief. Over the Cap, Michael S. Ferrari. You're going to get a good price, 4-1. After that, I looked at the 2 a little bit. Dancing with Jake. Ran an even 4th place finish in a field of 7 against maiden special weights. The sprint race before that, an even 4th against North Coast. We're going to see North Coast a little bit later on. I like that horse today. I've liked what I've seen from him. Should be noted on the 24th of July, the runner-up, God Bless America, exited that affair, cutting back in distance, turning back in distance to a sprint and really looked good, winning a maiden special weight. Not sure what to do with Dancing with Jake. He's 9-1. 1-4-6-2 in a race 2, starting the early pick 3. Post time in a minute. It's post time for the second race. Number 1, Milagroso, still the favorite at 6-5. The 4, Looking Grand, is at 2-1. Then 6 Over the Cap, dropping out of that maiden special weight race. He's 9-2. Field of 6 at the gate. The favorite is situated. Trying to persuade Dancing with Jake into post 2. They get the job done with that. All right, here's Tom's Legacy stretching out. Inside 3 are situated. Up next will be Looking Grand. And a couple to load, a Sharpoon, and Over the Cap. All right, fans, we do have a late scratch here. Number 5, a Sharpoon, on advice of the track veterinarian and by order of the stewards. 5, Sharpoon is a late scratch on advice of the track veterinarian and by order of the stewards. Refunds, win, play, show wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wager, the double, and the pick 3 starting here in race 2. Concerning the double in the opener, you will get a consolation version of the early double, and concerning the early pick 4, you will automatically receive the post-time favorite. Right now, that's the 1, Milagroso, 4-5, for Looking Grand at 9-5. Late scratch 5, Sharpoon, from this upcoming second race. Milagroso into post position 1. Here's Dancing with Jake. Tom's Legacy will be next. Couple to load, Looking Grand, and Over the Cap. Over the cap to the outside. Early pick 3 time. And there they go. Milagroso from the inside, sent off to the lead, and Looking Grand is his pace partner. And here's Tom's Legacy striding into third with a stocking trip this afternoon. Dancing with Jake comes away running in fourth, and Over the Cap is the last of the quintet. Milagroso has the lead. Not an easy lead. Looking Grand is keeping him honest. And Tom's Legacy likes what he sees in front of him. He's in a good spot from third, little more than 3 off the leaders. Break of about 6 or 7 lengths to Dancing with Jake. Another 8 to Over the Cap, not doing much running to the backstretch. That opening quarter in 24 2/5. Milagroso, half a length. Looking Grand stays with him the entire trip. And Tom's Legacy with a tracking trip from third, 2.5 from the pace. Nearly 7 lengths Dancing with Jake, and it's a good 11 or 12 back to Over the Cap at the back marker. 49 seconds, Milagroso, Looking Grand, and Tom's Legacy's inching closer, 3 deep. Milagroso trying to open up at the 3/8. Nothing from Dancing with Jake and Over the Cap. Milagroso getting away from Looking Grand, at least to this point. Milagroso better than a length and a half. Tom's Legacy comes with his run, and Looking Grand stays encouraged. He tries to stay close to Milagroso. Milagroso turning for home with the lead. And Tom's Legacy continues to try to close in. Looking Grand in a tight spot. And Dancing with Jake is progressing up the rail. And Over the Cap starting to take off to the far outside. And look at Over the Cap get involved with a big run. Over the Cap, over the top. And he's front and center past the 16th. Over the Cap, didn't get much chance heading into the turn. That's a big final quarter of a mile. Milagroso, Dancing with Jake, Looking Grand, and Tom's Legacy at the back. Well, the last 2 races on Wednesday were won by both horses that were sweeping past everybody on the far outside with big stretch runs. And so far, the first 2 races today, big stretch runs seem to be the theme. We'll see how it continues heading forward. 6 Over the Cap. 6-1. Didn't give much of a chance heading into the turn. What a big run from him. Photo for the balance, 147 79 100ths the final time. One Milagroso was the fortified post-time favorite. Late scratch 5 Sharpoon. Substitutions worked through the 1 Milagroso. One Milagroso, second, third place 2, Dancing with Jake, fourth place 4, Looking Grand. Entering the winner's circle is 6 Over the Cap, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Overanalyze out of the Dam Bernardine, owned by Barry Schwartz, winning trader Michael S. Ferraro, winning jockey Carlos Barbosa. Winner was bred in New York by Stonewall Farm. Second race is official. 6-1-2-4. You are reminded 5 Sharpoon was a late scratch on advice of the track veterinarian. 1-6 early double $80. 1-5 consolation early double $12.40. 6-1 exacta $48. 6-1-2 trifecta $44.12. 10-cent super 6-1-2-4 $13.65. Third race will start our pick 6. Scratch 4 Amore Fire. 2 Sweet Invasion. The weight is 115 pounds. Giovanni Paretti's a 7-pound bug. Third race starts our dollar pick 6, old school style pick 6. Some other changes to think about. Fifth race, the 3 Suppresso, 5 pounds over the weight. Seventh race, scratch 1 Eros' Girl. Eros' Girl out of the 7th, the Arctic Queen. Jackie Davis, new jockey 3 Sniff. Then in the nightcap, scratch 1 Holy Matrimony, a part of the entry. Also scratch 5 Interstate. Our Monday pick 6 in 19 minutes at 2:15.
Horse are getting ready for race number 3, and that pace backed up as Milagroso did get some pressure from Looking Grand, and you could tell they got a little bit tired late and over the cap, able to close the ground and to get the victory. Another apprentice rider victory. Sometimes in these routes, that apprentice weight really comes into play. Carlos Barbosa winning with over the cap, and that was Dancing with Jake with an improved effort to be third with apprentice rider Juan Diaz. So first and third with the apprentice riders over the cap, trained by Michael S. Ferraro. What a form turnaround for that one with the drop in class. Those drops mean a lot here. Third race, 11-9. Never won 3-claimer for Fillies and Mares going 6 furlongs. Big scratch of the 4. Amore Fire does factor into the pace scenario here. The inside speed looking to be Lady Quinn. The outside pressure coming from Pretty Miss Keens, who's sharp right now. No worse than second in 3 starts at Finger Lakes. So she's clearly knocking at the door for another victory off of a good second last time against our little Tiger. And that race was tougher than this one. The horse that was third, Going, Gone, I believe dropped in class to get the victory. But that's a tougher race overall than this one. And it looks like she's going to be in good shape as far as the pace scenario, being right outside of Lady Quinn to maybe wear that one down and get the win here. Right now at odds of even money. So the public really liking Pretty Miss Keens now with a scratch of Amore Fire. The 2, Sweet Invasion, maybe a shot in here, a little bit of a price. She gets that class relief, drop it slightly from the allowance level to the 11-9. She was 38-1 in her last start against allowance horses and finished off the board. But that was a really tough group of allowance horses. You had Golden Moonlight, War Saichi, and She's a Wild Joker. Any one of those 3 horses would easily beat this 11-9 field. So maybe her loss looks worse than what it was, and their price was high because of what she was facing. But dropping the 11-9 should certainly help Sweet Invasion, who's at odds of 9-2. Those are a couple of the main players here in the third. Starts the $1 pick 6, scratch the 4, Amore Fire.
5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies. Our third race, sprinting 6 furlongs, claimers 11 to 9. Non-winners of 3 races, scratch 4, Amore Fire. 2, Sweet Invasion, the weight's 115. Giovanni Paretti's now a 7-pound bug. This is the first leg of our Monday pick 6. $1 minimum wager, old school style pick 6, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. There's the field. Number 1 is Wabansi and Joel Zonier. Next will be number 2, Sweet Invasion, Giovanni Paredes. Next will be number 3, Lady Quinn, Kay Berkoa. 5 is True Destiny. She is looking for 3 in a row. Her jockey is Luis Perez. Favoritism with 6, Pretty Miss Keens, Raylu Gutierrez. Those are the 5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies. The third in a little more than 4 minutes. Pick 6 time on the Monday card, $1 minimum wager. First couple of races around 2 turns this afternoon, and they were both won from horses well off the pace. That was a trend that concluded our work week when last seen in action on Wednesday with the last couple of races, both deep late closers with big circling moves from the far outside. I know Kodiak Brown utilized somewhat of an inside path with his strong stretch run, but over the cap with that outside closing kick. We'll see how the track continues to play. Just wanted to update everybody what I kind of remembered from Wednesday and now to start our Monday card. You have to think Lady Quinn's probably going to the front. Maybe Wabansi can try to show some pace from the inside, but Joel Sonier's never been the most aggressive jockey. And most recently, when Wabansi was victorious, she was stalking a 22-4. That's not going to put her in the neighborhood of Lady Quinn. We'll see if maybe True Destiny can try to show some pace. You know, in her second career start to conclude her 2-year-old season, she was only a length and a half off that 22-1. What I'm leading up to is Pretty Miss Keens is the one that probably gets a nice outside stalking trip. So far, her 3 races locally have been pretty good. A couple of runner-up efforts with a victory sandwiched in between, all of them at the 11. She seems to be a good fit here. I like the spacing of her races. That's one thing Jeremiah Englehart really excels at, is knowing how to space his racehorses. She has been inactive for a little more than a month, but she has 3 recorded workouts. Nothing fancy, but it's all about maintenance and maintaining that schedule, and that's what Jeremiah does very well, especially with this gal, Pretty Miss Keens. The price is rather light, 4 to 5. Raylu Gutierrez teaming up with Jeremiah. They've been doing some pretty good things in limited appearances so far this season, as Raylu's been riding pretty regularly the last 3 or 4 weeks on our Mondays and even sometimes a Tuesday card. Pretty Miss Keens, the favorite, and my top pick. 2, Sweet Invasion. Kay Berkoa looks like he had his choice between Sweet Invasion and Lady Quinn. He has opted for the M. Anthony Ferraro trainee. Maybe that's because M. Anthony has a little bit more horses to offer Caber than Jim Aquilano at this point of the season. Sweet Invasion, I liked what I saw from her last year. She had many chances for this 11,000 N3L, 3 of them to be exact, and she ran a good 3rd and a good 2nd back in September and October. She's had a couple of races to get warmed up. Now they're going to put her in for a money run at 11. They get the weight allowance with Giovanni Paredes. Not quite all of the 10 pounds, because now Giovanni's a 7-pound bug. Sweet Invasion looks like her running style maybe fits the trend of the racetrack. We shall see. I give her a little bit of a look at a price at 9 to 2. Then you get the 3, Lady Quinn, who could be dangerous on the front end. She needed that race on the 25th of July. She had 3 previous races at the Bull Ring at Charlestown. She was good enough to graduate in the middle of December at Aqueduct against State Bred 25s back in the 18th of December. She was forwardly positioned that day. She should be on the lead from the inside, and we've just been talking about all these outside stretch running moves the last 2 races on Wednesday and the first 2 races on Monday. And I'll tell you what, that's shaping it up to be an inside gate to wire winner named Lady Quinn. That's the way this game plays, fans. Just when you think you got a beat on something, it all changes pretty drastically. 6-2-3 to start our dollar minimum pick six. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. The fillies are just arriving at the starting gate. Big favorite all the way to the outside. The 6, Pretty Miss Keen's at 4-5. 2, Sweet Invasion 7-2. The 3, Lady Quinn is 4-1. True Destiny at 9-2, looking to extend her winning streak to 3. And then Wabansi, who's gunning for 2 in a row. She's the longest shot on the board at 8-1. 5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies facing up to the gate. Here's Wabansi, post position 1. Sweet Invasion. Lady Quinn, the expected pacemaker. True Destiny, back in a one-turn sprint. And Pretty Miss Keen's the big favorite with Raylu Gutierrez to the outside. Ready for the Monday pick six. And there they go. And Lady Quinn was off a little slowly. She is part of the pace, which includes Wabansi and Pretty Miss Keen's, who is aggressively sent to the lead as Lady Quinn didn't get away from the starting gate that quick. Pretty Miss Keen's and Wabansi, they vie for the top spot. And Lady Quinn will stalk them from the outside. And Sweet Invasion has the 4th position, and she's a little more than 3 from Wabansi. And it's a break of 2.5 to True Destiny, turning back in distance. 23 seconds for Wabansi and Joelle Saunier. Pretty Miss Keen's asked for her run. Likewise for Lady Quinn, 3 deep. Here's Lady Quinn with a nice move from the far outside. Pretty Miss Keen's really under a drive from between gals. Sweet Invasion now 4 off the lead, and True Destiny joins her. Lady Quinn and Wabansi, and Pretty Miss Keynes is coming under some pressure, and she's not really responding to this point. And there's Sweet Invasion now trying to get into the scene. She tips into the 3-path. Wabansi still with the lead from the inside. Lady Quinn made a move. Wabansi has reclaimed the lead. She was 8-1 in the starting gate. She's 3-1 under the wire. Give her 2 in a row. Lady Quinn was second, then Sweet Invasion, Pretty Miss Keynes, and True Destiny. That's a little disheartening if you had your money on Wabansi. 8-1 loading into the starting gate. She is 3-1 under the wire, hit hard. I guess the money told the tale here with Wabansi. Get her 2 in a row. 3, Lady Quinn second. Third place 2, Sweet Invasion. Fourth place 6, Pretty Miss Keynes. 1 minute 12 and 88/100ths the final time. Wabansi makes it 2 in a row. She is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Central Banker out of the dam Ganananak. And I probably have mispronounced that. My apologies. Winning owner is Luann Bianchi. Winning trainer is Rachel Sells. And the winning jockey is Joel Saunier. Winner was bred in New York by Cedar Meadow Incorporated. Race 3 is official. 1-3-2-6, a nice double 6-1, $112.50. A 1-3 exacta, $48.20. 1-3-2 trifecta, $27.87. 1-3-2-6, 10-cent super, $8.55. Fourth race is clear of change. It will start our Monday Pick 5 post time in about 20 minutes at 2:43. Don't forget, fans, we do have some free programs online, free digital programs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. Each and every racing day, free digital programs on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. We had a claim from the third race. Fourth place finisher 6, Pretty Miss Keynes, moves to the barn of John Grabowski, owner-trainer. John Grabowski, owner-trainer, claiming 6, Pretty Miss Keynes from the third. Fans, go to drf.com for some free Finger Lakes past performances this afternoon. Big shout out to everybody at the Daily Racing Forum, especially Nicole Russo with a very nice article about our Monday feature, the Arctic Queen. Mary Rampolini has a pick 5 in the Racing Forum, so we got a lot of love from the DRF today with our Monday Finger Lakes card. Go to drf.com and search for those free Finger Lakes past performances. Still lots of time to assemble a nice winning pick 5 ticket.
Got 11 minutes to post for race number 4 in Wabansi. Very sharp. This horse woke up last time, was close up to that slow pace, but was able to draw away to beat the 11-9's an easier field, the 2 Lifetime. Proved it wasn't a fluke as she was able to hold the rail under Joel Saunier that race. Came home in a pretty decent time. Wabansi sharp right now, 2 in a row. Joel Saunier for trainer Rachel Sells starts the $1 pick 6. 4th race for Fillies and Mares, number 1, 2 races. Starts the pick 5. Short price favorite right now is the 5, Janice Joplin. She just broke her maiden against the special weights in her first start around this racetrack, but as a maiden, as a 2-year-old, she certainly was up against some tough competition going in the Schuylerville Stakes, which is usually open weekend at Saratoga, then the Adirondack Stakes, also catching some graded stakes competition as a 2-year-old and still a maiden. Well, a lot of them are still maidens in those 2-year-old races, but she came off the layoff, ran a few races at Woodbine, and then arrived here and dominated, as she should, the maiden special weights here at Finger Lakes. Obviously, really well bred. Shoop, there it is, the horse that was second, came back to win. So Janice Joplin looks to have a chance to repeat. She's getting played heavily early at 1 to 5. The 3 horses, Isabel Loves Gold, would expect this one to improve going first time Lasix. She also showed a little talent as a 2-year-old, ran second in the Lady Finger Stakes, came off the layoff and ran a solid second behind heavily favored Golden Moonlight. Took a good run at her from the outside. She just did not fire at all in the Niagara Stakes, and then her first route attempt, she stopped in that race. Well, she adds Lasix, stays going long. I guess that's a positive sign that maybe they're going to try again, and maybe with the Lasix she can sustain that speed a little longer and be a factor in here. She's right now at odds of 9 to 1. The other big factor I thought would be, other than Flurry of Roses, who usually hits the board, the 2 Ice Love takes the blinkers off. She kind of regressed last time as a lukewarm favorite. She just didn't run as well as she did her previous couple starts, at least numbers-wise, and just kind of hung around and finished third. Was no threat at all after running a good second behind a horse that was just simply a good horse. So see if she can bounce back with a better effort taking the blinkers off. So they're going to do a change of equipment, taking the blinkers off, and maybe we'll see this one be a little more of a factor as well. She's at odds of 9 to 1. I mentioned Flurry of Roses. Well, she finishes second and third a lot. That's the thing with Flurry of Roses. So a horse that you can definitely use underneath. She'll have to have that one run and time it just right to get the victory. But they don't get more consistent than Flurry of Roses as far as hitting the board, and maybe a good chance to hit the board, at least to be in the top 4 against these rivals. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 5 starts in race number 4. You got 8 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for race 4, fillies and mares, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up, allowance conditions, now winners of 2 races. No changes. Starts the pick 5. Here they are. 1 Flurry of Roses, Jose Baez. 2 Ice Love, Luis Perez. 3 Isabel Loves Gold, Caber Koa. Michael S. Ferraro looking for a training double. Onto the 4 Tumbles, Joel Cruz. 5 is Janice Joplin, big favorite, 2-5. John Davila Jr. and Chris Engelhardt looking for doubles. Completing the post parade, the other Buckley filly. That's 6 Star Speaker, Kevin Navarro. Actually, Flurry of Roses is the mare, and Star Speaker's the filly. So we have a field of 6 starting our pick 5 post time in a little more than a couple of minutes. Hard to get away from Janice Joplin here in the 4th. She looked pretty good winning on the 17th of July. Here is a gal that was good enough to run 2nd in the Grade 3 Adirondack back in early August of 2022 at Saratoga. Ran in a juvenile fillies long-distance turf race, 1 mile, not that long distance, but a 2-turn race. That was a $500,000 race at Kentucky Downs. Ran some pretty good races at Woodbine and made in special weight ranks before venturing to Finger Lakes for Gary Barber and Chris Engelhardt on the 17th of July. She looked sensational winning that day. The daughter by California Chrome out of an Archmare looking to make it 2 in a row at a short price of 2-5. So far, our first 3 races, the favorites have not been coming through. All 3 post-time favorites that were all short-priced runners have not come close to getting to the winner's circle this afternoon. Janice Joplin hopes to get the chalk players back on track. 1 Flurry of Roses. Boy, look at all the underneath finishes. 8 seconds, 11 thirds versus that 1 career victory in 25 appearances. Still, she's made quite a bit of money, $50,000, nearly $51,000 in 2022. This is her 3rd start as a 5-year-old. She is the lone mare against 5 fillies. She does her best running from well off the pace. One of these days, she'll get that elusive 2nd career victory. She's my 2nd pick. The 2 Ice Love, she's run here on 3 occasions in 2023. Her best was her 1st start on the 20th of June, missing by half a length. Then she had the misfortune of running up against a Billy Mori gal named Dancer de Oro on the 10th of July. And then most recently, she disappointed as the 2-1 well-beaten favorite. She gets the blinkers off this afternoon, 5-1 if you're going to believe in her still. At least you're getting some value. Then you get the 3 Isabel Loves Gold, who gets Lasix and is stretching out this afternoon. We're actually stretched out on the 25th of July. Caber Koa, the king of the clock, should have her forwardly positioned. We'll see how far she goes at 7-1. Janice Joplin, the short-priced, heavy favorite to start our Monday Pick 5. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the fourth race. Field of 6, 5 fillies and 1 mare. Big favorite is the 3-year-old filly, Janice Joplin. One of the 3-year-old fillies. She is 2-5, Janice Joplin. 6 at the gate. Tumbles will be the first one in. There's Flurry of Roses. Ice Love will be next. Ice Love is the second choice at 9-2. Flurry of Roses 5-1. Isabel Loves Gold moves forward. Here is the heavy favorite, Janice Joplin. And Star Speaker, one of the big long shots. Ready for the Monday pick 5. And there they go. Ice Love away slowly. Tumbles is showing pace. To her outside is the favorite, Janice Joplin. Star Speaker is third. Isabel Loves Gold not showing pace this afternoon. She's in the 4th spot. Flurry of Roses comes away running in 5th, and Ice Love, after the slow start, is the last of 6. And it's the heavy favorite, Janice Joplin, with the lead to herself from Tumbles. And from the outside there races Star Speaker. Isabel Loves Gold has the 4th position. Flurry of Roses is 5 lengths from the front, and she's more than 2 lengths in front of Ice Love, the last of 6. 24 2/5 for Janice Joplin and John Davila Jr. making the pace at the 5/8, a length and a tail to Star Speaker. Tumbles is third against the inside. And Isabel Loves Gold inches a little closer. She's at least 3 wide up the backstretch run with the Blue Silks. Ice Love's trying to begin her bid, joining Flurry of Roses. They have more than 5.5 to make up on Janice Joplin. 49 2/5 for Janice Joplin at the 3/8. Star Speaker is second. Isabel Loves Gold third. Tumbles backpedals. Nothing yet from both Flurry of Roses and Ice Love. And Janice Joplin's had no challenges yet. Janice Joplin at the quarter pole 2 lengths. Isabel Loves Gold comes with her run. Star Speaker's back to third. And then we go to Tumbles, Flurry of Roses, and Ice Love. And Janice Joplin has the lead all to herself, approaching the 8th pole. A widening 3.5 lengths from Isabel Loves Gold. In the 3rd spot is Star Speaker, and Flurry of Roses is 4th. Janice Joplin, the big favorite all the way. Isabel Loves Gold checks in 2nd. Here's Flurry of Roses getting up for 3rd, and Star Speaker finishes 4th. Janice Joplin, the big favorite, does not disappoint. There's one for the chalk. 3, Isabel Loves Gold finishes 2nd. Third place, 1, Flurry of Roses. 4th place, 6, Star Speaker. The final running time was 1:45 and 4/100ths. Janis Joplin. 2 in a row. 3-year-old Dark Bay or Brown Filly by California Chrome out of the dam Seeking the Blue. Owned by Gary Barber. 2 for Chris Englehart. 2 for the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Davila Jr. Kentucky bred Janis Joplin by Virginia Kraft Payson. And race 4 is official. 5-3-1-6. The double 1-5, $16. A 5-3 exacta, $14.40. 5-3-1 trifecta, $9.95. 5-3-1-6, 10-cent super, $10.57. 6-1-5 early pick 3, $48.87. 1 with 6 with 1 with 5. The early pick 4, $286.75. Not bad with Janis Joplin in the back spot. Let's go to race 5. Number 3, Sopresso. 5 pounds over. This race starts our late pick 4. 19 minutes away at 3:13.
9 minutes to post for race number 5, and Janice Joplin looking good again in victory. This time right on the front end, John DeVille Jr. for trainer Chris Engelhart's another win for that pair. They also won the first race with Kodiak Brown. We look at the 5th, and this is an 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs, and the current favorite is it's close between the 4, Matt Doyle, and the 5, North Coast. Right now the 4, Matt Doyle, the slight favorite, is 6-5. Both of them kind of play in here. The 5 more of the tactical edge, Matt Doyle more of a little bit of a class edge in company kept, as this horse was hitting the board against tougher open maiden special weight fields at Aqueduct. Came here, looked good in victory, beating a tough field of maiden special weights, and then last time just got beat by the trip more than anything. The horse that won had a nice inside trip. This horse was stuck with a tough, wide outside trip. Not only could he get a better trip today, it's also easier competition as he dropped slightly to the 11-9 level. Just has got to run his race, and he'll be very competitive in this spot. I mentioned North Coast. North Coast might have a tactical advantage depending on maybe the horse that's outside him. New York Riesling could show some speed in here, but North Coast has been close up in a little bit quicker paces and hanging around in quicker paces. Got his win and then a good second by a neck last time. Definitely knocking on the door off that race. He's a strong player here, and he's right now at 8-5. He's my second choice just because of the tactical edge. Klingman may be up against it as far as the pace is concerned, but he's certainly in good form. Didn't have a great go of things last time and still came closing late to be 3rd. Had a troubled trip the race before as well, but his running style might be his worst enemy if he doesn't get that pace up front to run at. But look for him to be closing late, and if they do go to the front in a decent pace and come back to him, look for Klingman to have a chance to win this one. But definitely a big top 3 threat in his present form. Just his running style, he's going to need help. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 7 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for race 5, sprinting at 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. Claimers 11-9, 3 Silpresso, 5 pounds over. First leg of our late pick 4, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Klingman, Kevin Navarro. 2 is Fighter Kite, Christian Navarro. 3, Sorpreso. Juan Diaz, 5 pounds over. Michael S. Ferraro looking for a trading double. Favoritism with 4, Matt Doyle looking for 2 out of 3. He's 6-5, Luis Perez. 5 is North Coast. Second choice, 8-5, looking for 2 out of 3, Kay Berkoa. And the 6 is New York Riesling, Nazario Alvarado. That's the 6-pack for the 5th race, starting our late pick 4. Late pick 4 time on the Monday card. Field of 6. Pretty good handicapping assignment here. Pretty contentious from top to bottom. Looked hard at the 1 Klingman. Looked hard at the 4 Matt Doyle. Took a little look at the 6 New York Riesling. Landed on the 5 North Coast. Sharp individual he is this season, North Coast. 2 appearances. A nice authoritative maiden 11 victory on the 26th of June. Came back relatively quick and ran very good in defeat to Noble Journey. Like Noble Journey, North Coast was even money. He ran big from the inside. I like his post. Month off between starts. Couple of workouts in between. Very sharp this season. I was fond of him last year as a 2-turn individual. He seems to be relishing the 1-turn sprints here in 2023. Why not North Coast? Although the price at 6-5 was hoping for a little more value. 1 Klingman's hoping he can get a rock and roll type of pace. You know, you look at Klingman, whenever you see him run some big races, it's usually aided by some fast opening quarters. Let's go back to the 30th of August last year. They went 22-3 the opening quarter. He was able to make up 9 3/4 lengths from the first call to the wire. Start thereafter, they went 22 seconds the opening quarter. And he was able to come running with a big move in the lane, finishing 3rd. Then you look at his most recent start. Well, let's not forget about the 22nd of November. They went 22-45. He made up a lot of ground, almost was victorious. And then recently he made up 6.5 lengths. He was aided by a 22-1 opening quarter. Is he going to get that type of pace? It really doesn't look like it on paper. You know, you see Fighter Kite, who goes 22 and change, 23 and change. Matt Doyle, when he was victorious graduating on the 28th of June, utilized a pretty soft pace, 23 and 47. North Coast has shown he can be somewhat close, a 22 and 4, a 46. Then you get New York Riesling. What I'm getting at is, that doesn't look like on paper we're going to get that 22 and change opening quarter for Klingman, a 22 and 1. If they do rock and roll early, he's the one that should be rolling late. 4-1, a little bit of an upsetter look. Didn't know what to make of the 4 Matt Doyle. Here was a horse that they paid a lot of money for once upon a time. A Kentucky bred by Violence out of a Street Sense mare. Good enough in November of 2022 to run 3rd, missing by a neck in a maiden special weighted Aqueduct. Looked good winning on the 28th of June against maiden special weight ranks. There's God Bless America. We talked about him earlier in the card. Didn't run much, though, on the 24th of July, and just after one subpar effort, they are dropping him in for 11. I remember when I ran into Carl Grusmark after the maiden victory, I was like, boy, they bet your horse like a good thing. He's like, he was cut out to be a good thing, Tony. Now he's in for 11. I don't know what to make of the move. And then you get 6 New York Riesling, who has speed from the far outside. You know, that race back on the 9th of May, he's only a length and a half off, a 22 and 2. 3-back, he's setting the pace with a 22 3/5 opening quarter. What if he crosses and clears? New York Riesling, long shot look at 13-1. Good way to start our late pick 4 on the Monday program. Just under a couple of minutes until the 5th. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 5th race. Number 5, North Coast at even money. For Matt Doyle on the class drop, 2-1. Late running 1, Klingman, well respected, 3-1 in the wagering. A field of 6 arriving at the starting gate. Nice late pick 4 developing. Big Monday pick 5. Big shout out to the pick 5 players. Sorpreso will be the first one into the starting gate. Juan Diaz out of the saddle for the loading process. 3, Sorpreso. Juan's ready to remount. Klingman's into post position 1. There's Fighter, Kite. Big long shot at 33-1. Matt Doyle, the second choice. 2-1 in the wagering. North Coast is the favorite, and New York Rizzling will be the last of 6. New York Rizzling to the far outside. Ready for the late pick 4. And there they go. From the inside, Fighter Kite is showing good speed. Big long shot is the quickest. North Coast is up close with New York Rizzling. Matt Doyle in a tight spot. From the inside is Klingman. And towards the tail, Sorpreso. New York Rizzling now pokes his nose in front of Fighter Kite. And North Coast is on hold through the early stages. Better than 3.5 to Klingman. Almost a length back to Matt Doyle. About 8 lengths to Sorpreso, the last of all. Soft opening quarter, 23-1 for New York Rizzling. North Coast is close to this soft pace. He gets within about 1.5 lengths near the 5/16. Fighter Kite gives way. Matt Doyle and Klingman at the mercy of this soft interior flow. Nothing yet from Sorpreso. So it's New York Rizzling with the lead. North Coast has been ideally situated. He comes with his run. Klingman's trying to strengthen his stride. He makes a move into third, but North Coast is up to the front. North Coast has the lead, and it's his race approaching the 16th. A nice ride by Caber Koa, had him close to the soft pace, and he's strong inside the final quarter of a mile. New York Riesling hangs on for second, then Klingman third. And how about Fighter Kite at 41-1 to complete the superfecta? Even though the race had a bunch of bona fide front runners, none of them really had what you would call exceptional sprinter speed, and the interior flow was very soft. 23-1 and 46-4, and it is North Coast, who very versatile, could stay close to the pace, draws off to a good-looking victory. He's sharp this season. 1 minute 12 and 49/100ths. Photo for the balance. North Coast, 2 out of 3 sharp this season. 4-year-old a dark bear brown gelding by Vancouver out of the dam, always in stilettos. By Langpap Stables and M. Anthony Ferraro. M. Anthony is the winning trainer, winning jockey Kay Berkoa. The winner was bred in New York by Dennis and Deborah Petrosak. Race 5 is in the books, officially 5-6-1-2. The double 5-5, $6.90. A 5-6 exacta, $19. 5-6-1 trifecta, $14 even. $0.10 super 5-6-1-2, $47.90. 155 a pick 3, $9.30. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. One devious banker, no hood on this afternoon. Race 6 is in 20 minutes, make it 19 minutes. Race 6 in 19 minutes at 3:42.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6. And fifth race won by North Coast. Not a lot of pace in there, and that one was able to have the natural speed to stay up there. Some bumping early as New York Riesling and North Coast coming over on Matt Doyle. Took that one out of the race, turned it into a 2-horse race between North Coast and New York Riesling. It was Koa 4, M. Anthony Frau. That barn has been pretty good all season long. They have another good one in the stakes race, the Arctic Queen. The Queen Aurelia coming up in race number 7. Talk about a horse for the course. 6th race, an allowance race, non-winners of a state bred, going a distance of 6 furlongs. A couple of the Paul Barrow trainees are getting most of the play here on the outside. Devil or Angel, the 5-horse, is at even money. The 6-horse, Wahil, is at odds of 5-2. He's looking for his 3rd in a row, but facing his toughest task. Devil or Angel in good form right now with 2 wins and a second behind Father Walsh, beaten more by the pace and the pace flow than anything, as they didn't come back in that race. Father Walsh ran a pretty big one anyway, going 6 furlongs. He's got to be up close today. The Son of Darkness, who figures to be the main speed, Devil or Angel, should be in good position to pass that one and win race number 6. He's at even money. Invaluable Will is the 3-horse, more of a closer type. He's a little on the inconsistent side, and 6 furlongs hasn't always been his best distance, as he's only got 1 win and 16 starts at the distance, but does hit the board often against this type of competition. Now, it is a relatively soft field when you see that the 2 inside horses have been running and not winning against 5,000 claimers. So really, the outside 4 seem to have the edge in a 6-horse field, which puts Invaluable Will right there, especially when he's been facing tougher allowance types in the 1 state bred. The 6 Wahil moves into the state bred condition after looking good in a couple races. One of them, he did take advantage of another horse getting off slow, and he turned out to be the main speed of that race. It was only a 5-horse field. Yeah, he was the winner when they went pretty slow up front. But last time, second start, he back at Finger Lakes, he definitely earned it. It was a good effort. He closed ground. And it was a pretty decent sized field and a pretty good quality field for the 11 and 9s. Now, the question is going to be tactics today. His Son of Darkness looks to be the speed. He's not as fast as that one, but he won't be that far behind Son of Darkness either. So if he can avoid a wide trip, he could be a big contender in here as well. As mentioned, both the Barrow trainees getting play, and both of them have a big chance in this race. Mentioned Son of Darkness, he's the speed. And the question is he good enough to hold off these rivals? He was unable to get the lead last time after turning back a distance from a route, but if he's able to get a clear lead early, they may have a tough time catching Son of Darkness at this allowance level, even if he seems a little bit outclassed in a sense. He's run close against the 1 state breds from time to time in the past. He's got dangerous speed if left alone. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 6. You got about 7 minutes to post.
On the track for race 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds, first state bred condition. One Devious Banker races with no hood this afternoon. First leg of our late pick 3, 5 minutes until the 6th. Here's the field. Number 1, Devious Banker, Emmanuel Di Diego. 2 is Blue City, Michael Davila Jr. 3, Invaluable Will, Rafael Rojina Jr. 4 is Son of Darkness, Cabercoa looking for back-to-back winners. Rachel Sells looking for a training double. And the stablemates, 5, Devil or Angel, Joel Cruz, 7-5, 6, Wahil, Jeremias Flores. Paul Barrow with the 5 and the 6. They're the big favorites. Devil or Angel, 3-2, and Wahil at 8-5. 4 minutes until post time. Sharp horses win races. That was the case in race 5 with North Coast. Is that going to be the case here for Paul Barrow's duo? They are both very, very sharp. Devil or Angel, my top pick. He's gone through his conditions pretty quickly this season. The 11 non-winners of 2 lifetime on the 29th of May. A month later, the 11N3L. A good second to stablemate Father Walsh on the 17th of July. One thing about Devil or Angel, especially in that first start of the season, he closed into a soft pace, 23-1 and 47-4. He stayed relatively close. Joel Cruz is now the jockey. Oscar Gomez injured a couple of weeks ago. Joel has had some success with Devil or Angel in the past. He guided him to the maiden 11 win. 3rd place finish at the end of the 3-year-old season. Joel is no stranger to Devil or Angel. We'll see if he can get back to the winner's circle. He's having a good 2023. You know, you get pace to chase with Son of Darkness, but I mean, who's going to go with Son of Darkness? Maybe Son of Darkness could get brave. Cabercoa is very good at rationing speed. I'm just trying to see this pace scenario. We're dependent on Blue City, really, to try to force the hand of Son of Darkness. So is it going to force both Joel Cruz and Jeremias Flores to stay a little closer than perhaps they like? You know, Wahil 2 races ago showed he could win with front-running style, but that was a 22-4 opening quarter. Last time out, he was able to get his first career victory on a fast racetrack. Like his stablemate, he is sharp. He is going for 3 in a row. His stablemate, Devil or Angel, looking for 3 out of 4. 7-5 and 9-5, respectively, for the 5 and the 6. 3, Invaluable Will, has had a lot of chances throughout his career. He's made a ton of money, $154,000. He's only 4 for 43, but he does have a victory 3 starts ago, and he ran a good second on the 1st of August. Once upon a time, he used to show a lot more pace than he has been doing of late. Look at his first start of the season. He's right there battling through a 22-2. Devious Banker didn't know what to make of him. Claimed by Jimmy Patine, stepping up to this first state bred. A good 4th to Bold Lee. A good 2nd to I Love Jackson. Both of those are salty, salty veterans. He beat War of Thrones, who looked good winning last week. Last time out, a pretty good 3rd. It's not the toughest state bred in the world. Devious Banker along the inside. Then you get Son of Darkness. What do you do with Son of Darkness? Can Cabercoa ration his speed through the initial quarter? I mean, this is a horse who's gone pretty fast throughout his career. 22-1, 22s, 21-4s. He is a very fast individual. He did win on a couple of occasions last year, and with not a tremendous amount of pace on paper, he's a little intriguing. 5, Devil or Angel, my top pick here in race 6 to start our late pick 3. 3 more to go on the Monday card. Our stakes race is up next, the Arctic Queen. Post time in a minute. It's post time for race 6. 5 Devil or Angel, 7-5. A stablemate 6 Waheel, 2-1. 3 Invaluable Will, 7-2 in the wagering. A field of 6 at the gate. Inside 3 are in. Here comes Son of Darkness. Then the Paul Barrow duo, Devil or Angel, and Waheel. Lay pick 3 time. And there they go. Son of Darkness is out for the lead, and Waheel's going to try to stay with him through the early stages. Devil or Angel is third. From the rail, Devious Banker, then Blue City in the 2 path right there with them. In the 3 path is Invaluable Will. So it is Son of Darkness. Waheel's keeping him company. They build up more than 3 lengths to Devious Banker. Invaluable Will, Blue City, Devil or Angels, the last of all, and he's 6 off the lead. 23 seconds for Son of Darkness. Waheel looking for 3 in a row all over him. It's a break of at least 5 lengths to Invaluable Will. Another 2 to Devil or Angel. He's 3 deep through the turn. Devious Banker from the rail and Blue City. Here's Waheel up close to this 23-second opening quarter, and he's poking his head in front of Son of Darkness. Waheel and Son of Darkness. Invaluable Will tries to quick it in. Devil or Angel's fourth, not really firing his best shot to this point. Waheel's waiting on Invaluable Will. Waheel has the lead. Here's Invaluable Will coming to get him to the outside. Invaluable Will's up in time. Yes, he is. Little early call, but he does prevail. Waheel made it interesting. Then we'll go to Son of Darkness and Devil or Angel. $112 and 81/100ths. Not a lot of excuses for Waheel. Pressing a Son of Darkness through those soft splits. He just kept waiting on Invaluable Will. And there is Invaluable Will to the outside. Photo signs up on the board. 112 and 81/100ths the final time. 3, Invaluable Will first. Second place to the 6, Wahil. Third place, 4, Son of Darkness. Fourth place, 5, Devil or Angel. Invaluable Will. Fifth career victory, 7-year-old Bay Gelding by Wilcox Inn out of the Damn Valuable Lady. Owned and trained by Deborah Braid, winning jockey Rafael Rohina Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Wilcox Inn Syndicate along with Ronnie Breed. Race 6 is official, 3645. The double, 5-3, $34.20. 3-6 exacta, $23.40. 3-6-4 trifecta, $28.75. 10-cent super, 3-6-4-5, $11.70. Seventh race is the Monday feature, the $50,000 guaranteed Arctic Queen Stakes, a 6-furlong affair, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds. Scratch number 1, Eros' Girl. Jackie Davis, new jockey 3, Sniff. 4, Freddie Mo Factor, a 1 pound over. The Arctic Queen begins the late double. It's in 20 minutes at 4:12.
All right, getting ready for our feature race of the day, the $50,000 Arctic Queen Stakes. That's after a good-looking performance by Invaluable Will. Wahil pressed the pace trying to help the stablemate Devil or Angel, but that one didn't fire at all. But it was Invaluable Will able to take advantage of the scenario and get the win. Rafael Rohina for Deborah Breed. Rafael Rohina keeps picking up wins as he's a very underrated rider, doing very well this year. We scratched the one, Eros' Girl, out of our feature race. This one for New York bred fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. It does have a few good ones in here. You have last year's winner, Gone and Forgotten. She was voted top older female horse for 2022. Man, what a year that she had. She had 4 wins in her 6 Finger Lakes starts, had 7 overall if you count the New York race, but she won the Jack Better Be Right Stakes and then followed it up with the Arctic Queen. Doesn't get more versatile than that. Win going along, turn back and win the Arctic Queen. Question's going to be pace here for Gone and Forgotten. Not a lot in it. Queen Aurelio, the pace on the outside. She just beat that rival. She's probably better than that rival, but tactics-wise, she is going to have to chase that one down. She doesn't have much early speed herself, but she's definitely very formidable in here. She is the horse to beat off of the victory last time and off of what she accomplished last year. You got Curly Girl. Tough to gauge how good Curly Girl actually is. She really looked good in victory going long last time, dominating that race against a pretty decent 2 state bred allowance field. Maybe this is a horse that's just simply gotten better this year, coming back after being overmatched in a lot of those tough allowance races in New York. Maybe matured a little more, though, as a 4-year-old because, man, she looked good with that victory. But question is going to be the distance, turning back if she can repeat that effort against stakes caliber competition coming off Lasix here. But Curly Girl, she's currently at odds of 2-1. Mentioned Queen Aurelio, talk about a horse for the course. She had won 6 straight before falling last time to Gone and Forgotten. Still a decent effort. She wasn't able to make the lead. That's why her streak ended. Only issue would be that she doesn't have that experience running without Lasix. Remember, these are Lasix-free stakes. But she does have good early speed, and she could be dangerous if able to clear early. There isn't a lot of speed in the Arctic Queen Stakes this year. But those are the two or three main contenders in the big race today, the Arctic Queen. Exacta Try, Super, and Daily Double is offered in here. Remember, we do scratch the one, Eros' Girl.
Race 7 is our Monday featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Arctic Queen Stakes. 6 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds. Scratch number 1, Eros' Girl. Jackie Davis, new jockey 3, Sniff. And overweight 4, Freddie Mo Factor, 1 pound over. 6 fillies and mares. The Arctic Queen begins the late double, post time in about 5 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with the defending champion, number 2, Gone and Forgotten, the favorite at 4-5. She is owned by Barry Schwartz, conditioned by Michael S. Ferraro, Luis Perez, her regular jockey. 3 is Sniff, owned and trained by Nurka Huertas. Picking up the mount is Jackie Davis. 4 is Freddie Mo, a Factor, owned by Eduardo Jones, conditioned by Luis Gutierrez. The pilot is Nazario Alvarado. Number 5 is David Oyola's Daredevil Bull. David is the conditioner. The jockey is Christian Navarro. 6 is Henry Stedman's Curly Girl. She is trained by Paul Barrow. The pilot is Joel Cruz. And completing the post parade is the 7, Queen Arella, owned and trained by Anthony Ferraro. Her jockey is Caber Koa. 6 fillies and mares in the Arctic Queen Stakes. The defending champion, Gone and Forgotten, the 4-5 favorite. This race starts our late double, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. You are looking at my top pick. That is the 7, Queen Arella. I'm going to try to upset this big favorite, Gone and Forgotten. I know it could be crazy, but I like to go with the pace, makes the race angle. And I'll tell you what, Queen Arella is the speed from her far outside. She looked good on the comeback bid on the 26th of June. She is 6 for 7 here at Finger Lakes. Her lone defeat was on the 12th of July to Gone and Forgotten. I'll say this, that was her second start this year as a 5-year-old, and she was coming back quick. She had been off all winter from late September when she ran disappointing at Thistledown. Then she came back and looked sensational, winning on the 26th of June. She came back to the races very quick for her second start as a 5-year-old. And the pace was a little bit slow for what you would expect of a very talented group of allowance fillies and mares. They went 22-4. That gave timed out the big time advantage. Queen Arella tried to sit a trip and go make a run, and she came up just a little short in the final furlong. She gets a month off today. She has a couple of nice workouts, including a very, very brisk 47-1 on the 7th of August. You look at her company lines, and it somewhat appears they're a little bit slim, especially when you look at her races here at Finger Lakes. You know, you see Ma Meatloaf and Saratoga Beauty, and no disrespect to them, but they are no Gone and Forgotten. But the more you look at it, and then you look at the race back on the 26th of October, I know it was a long time ago in 2021, but she beat a very, very talented gal named Rosa Veloce, who would be very, very tough in this spot. I think she's the speed from the far outside. She gets Caber Koa, one of my favorite speed-type jockeys here at Finger Lakes. And Anthony Ferraro's been tearing up our stakes races this season. He won the George Barker. He won the Niagara. Why can't he win the Arctic Queen with Queen Arella? I'll make her my top pick. Boy, she was 4-1. Now she's 5-2. Gone and Forgotten. To be the champ, you have to beat the champ, and that is the situation here. She came back to the races as a 5-year-old on the 14th of June, and she was an even money selection, and she disappointed that day. So much that we all forgot about her on the 12th of July, and we made Eros' Girl and Queen Arella and others more fancied. Gone and Forgotten slipped away and won at 7-2. She is a monster. She's a runner. She is our top filly and mare sprinter from last season. She might have even been named the top filly and mare overall, if memory serves correct. She's nothing but a solid racehorse, and she deserves to be the favorite. No question about it. When you look at the race on paper, the pace on paper, she's going to have to stay close to Queen Arella, but she's capable, and she is, like I said, the deserving favorite. She is the defending champion. Curly Girl's a pretty cool horse. Once upon a time, she won our Lady Finger as a 2-year-old. She looked good winning on the 22nd of May, utilizing front-running tactics to her advantage. Granted, the flow was very soft, 23-2 and 47-1. That kind of fractions, those kind of fractions do not put her in the ballpark of Queen Arella through the early stages. She's a talented 4-year-old filly, and if somehow there is expected pace and there is crazy pace, maybe Curly Girl could benefit it turning back in distance. Right now she's 5-2. After that, I looked at the 5 Daredevil Bull. I think she's a very talented 4-year-old filly by Daredevil out of a Holy Bull mare. She is quite the specimen. A big, strong, talented gray 4-year-old filly. How cool would it be for her to get stakes placed for David Oyola? And well, hey, wouldn't it be even cooler if she could win for David? This would be quite a story, especially considering he claimed her for $5,000 back in Halloween of 2022. That's the Arctic Queen. It's a cool race. You know, for those who don't know a lot about Finger Lakes racing, Arctic Queen was the champion race mare here at Finger Lakes in 1990 and 1991, well before my time arriving here. It's pretty interesting. She was the champion New York bred sprinter of 1991, and she's a member of our Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. She won 11 of 13 starts with 6 victories, including the 1990 New York Oaks. A pretty cool article by Nicole Russo in the Daily Racing Forum talking about today's Arctic Queen, our Monday featured event. Post time in a couple of minutes. Post time in less than 1 minute. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate for the Arctic Queen. It's post time for the Arctic Queen, our Monday featured event, $50,000 guaranteed. Fillies and mares, New York breds, 6 furlongs, gone and forgotten, the defending champion. Even money on the board, the first of 6 into the starting gate. Curly Girl, the 6 is the second choice at 2-1. Then the 7, Queen Aurella, third selection, 3-1 in the wagering. Here's Sniff. Next will be Freddie Mo Factor. Daredevil Bull. Couple to load, Curly Girl and Queenarella. Queenarella, the last of 6. Ready for the Arctic Queen. And there they go in the Arctic Queen, gone and forgotten, quickly away. Queenarella showing expected pace from the outside. She'll pick it up. Freddie Mo Factor comes away running in third. Curly Girl fourth from the outside. I'm going to sniff, and Daredevil Bull assumes the rail, and she advances into fifth. A little more than 3.5 from Queenarella. Queenarella tight link to Curly Girl, 3 deep, and Freddie Mo Factor. Gone and forgotten, more than 3.5 from Queenarella heading into the turn. Daredevil Bull has a little less than 5.5 to make up on the lonely leader. And at the back of the pack is Sniff. So it is Queenarella, the expected pacemaker, and it was pretty sensible for her. She opens up near the quarter pole. Here comes Gone and Forgotten and Curly Girl. They're going to try to come and chase this pacemaker. Queenarella has the lead. Defending champion Gone and Forgotten comes with her big run from the outside. Queenarella confronted by Gone and Forgotten. And here's Gone and Forgotten outside of Queenarella. And the defending champion, Gone and Forgotten, is up to the top spot. And it's Gone and Forgotten with the lead. Then Queenarella and Curly Girl, Gone and Forgotten. The best filly and mare here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Curly Girl was second. Then Queenarella and Daredevil Bull finished fourth. She's ultra talented. Back-to-back in the Arctic Queen, her 11th career victory. She's over $200,000 in earnings, 112 and 81/100ths. Gone and Forgotten, the best filly and mare on the grounds. Six, Curly Girl checks in a second, third place, 7, Queenarella, fourth place to the 5, Daredevil Bull. 2, 6, 7, 5, unofficially in the Arctic Queen. And you saw the groom of Gone and Forgotten, one of the grooms letting us know what time it is. The defending champions in the winner's circle, Gone and Forgotten, her 11th career victory, a 5-year-old bay mare by Bustin' Stones out of the Damn Little Rocket. Doubles Barry Schwartz and Michael S. Ferraro. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Gone and Forgotten was bred in New York by Stonewall Farm. Another one for Stonewall. And the Arctic Queen Stakes is official. 2, 6, 7, 5. Top 4 finishers. The double 3, 2, $18.40. 2, 6 exact to $13.80. 2, 6, 7 trifecta, $5.95. 10 cent super. 2, 6, 7, 5, $2.35. And with the trophy presentation for the Arctic Queen Stakes are Mr. Jack Keller and Mr. Todd Height. Jack is our clerk of scales. Todd's our director of racing. Big congratulations to Barry Schwartz. Has gone and forgotten, makes it 2 years in a row. The Arctic Queen champ. One more race to go on the Monday card. Scratch number 1, Holy Matrimony, part of the entry. Also scratch 5, Interstate. Our Monday nightcap in 20 minutes at 4:42.
Ready to conclude this Monday card with race number 8. Just a reminder, we are open Monday through Wednesday for live racing. Next live race today will be tomorrow, 1:15 first post. Look at it back at our feature race, Gone and Forgotten. Just simply better than that field. Louis Perez aggressively riding just to try to get her into the race. So Queen Aurelia, who was alone on the lead, couldn't get loose in there. She did anyway, got loose, but Gone and Forgotten, able to stay within range and get the victory for Michael S. Ferraro. So she's picking up pretty much where she left off last year. She did have the one tightener where she needed it in the slot, but then she's won 2 in a row since. Okay, well, look at the last 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, going to mile 70. Scratch the 1 part of entry, Holy Matrimony. Scratch the 5, Interstate. Looking, yeah, this is kind of like the Jeremiah Engelhart feature race because he's got both of the main contenders in here. You got Bingo John, who looks like will be the big favorite in here. I mean, this horse is dropping from allowance, but there are some question marks as why is he dropping from allowance when he's running very well against allowance horses, running third to Allure Money, who came out of that race to win a stakes race, the New York Derby. And then you also got Beach Boy Al, who stretches out in distance, and that one ran well off of the layoff last time with a victory. So he could be tough in here as well. But they're both 7-5 and 9-5 respectively. Obviously, Bingo John has the tougher paper because he's been running against allowance types, and he takes the slight drop in class. Plus, he gets jockey Ray Lou Gutierrez. The 4 Beach Royale has John DeVille aboard, and he could be tough in the spot as well. They're 7-5 and 9-5. The 7 is He's Got the Fuse getting some play at 5-1. A little tougher spot for He's Got the Fuse coming out of the Lucky Manny race. Seemed to be a softer race than this one, but he's definitely a threat off of a good race last time on the stretch out. If he can move forward from that race, he could be competitive against these. Let's face it, there's a couple speeds in here. You got BC Glory Days, who's got good early speed, and then you got Uncle Vic, who's coming out of sprint races, expected to show speed in here as well. So it could be an interesting pace scenario if both of them opts to try to get the lead in race number 8. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race on today's card. We scratch the part of entry 1 and the 5. You got 7 minutes to post.
On the track for the nightcap, here they are. 1A BC Glory Days, Nazario Alvarado. 2 is Bingo John, Raylu Gutierrez. Next will be number 3, Kong Loves a Fight, Jeremiah Flores. 4 is Beach Boy Al, John Davila Jr. looking for 3. Stablemate the Bingo John. Jeremiah Engelhardt conditioning 2 and 4. Scratch 5 Interstate. Scratch the 1 Holy Matrimony. 6 Uncle Vic. Carlos Barbosa. The 7, he's got a short fuse, Jackie Davis. Should also be noted, Carlos Barbosa is looking for a riding double. So we lose the 1 Holy Matrimony part of the entry. Also scratch 5 Interstate. The nightcap, 1 mile and 70 yards, 11 to 9 claimers, 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 3 races. Post time in a little more than a couple of minutes. One more race to go on our Monday card. 3 and 6, Kong Loves a Fight and Uncle Vic. They are both uncovered in our Monday pick 6. If either 3 or 6 wins, we'll have a pick 6 carryover into the Tuesday card, a little shy of $8,000. Kong Loves a Fight 11 to 1 and Uncle Vic at 13 to 1. So need either one of the long shots to come on through to get us a carryover to Tuesday. Jeremiah Engelhardt looks to have the top 2 here. On paper, he has the top 2 on the board. Bingo John's even money. Beach Boy Al is 2 to 1. I'm going to go with Beach Boy Al. Liked what I saw from Al on the 28th of June. That was a good-looking victory. Wasn't like the pace was furious. 46 and 4 to the half. Yet Beach Boy Al was 7 through the early stages. He was last early on. He was 5th turning for home. And he put in a very nice final furlong. Good-sized individual with a big, long stride. He's going to stretch out. Unified out of a Bernardini mare, has a good enough Tomlinson for the stretch out. Jeremiah has a good percentage sprint to route, 23%. Horse has 4 recorded workouts since he was last seen. It's been a little about 6 weeks, just about 6 weeks for him. 4 workouts in between, back-to-back 47s, 147 and 2, 47 on the 8th of August. Going to try to upset his stablemate. Beach Boy Al, my top pick. Bingo John, he's dropping in for 11. I liked him on the 31st of May, and I liked him on the 28th of June, and he didn't come through on either occasion. Not a lot of excuses against Cut the Cord on the 31st of May. Cut the Cord, his stablemate. They crawled early, 25 and change, 51 and change, 3/4, 16 and 2. He's right there amongst that soft pace, and he lost ground on his stablemate to the run to the wire. Last time out, he ran into the eventual New York Derby champion Allure of Money. Another race in which I don't see him having a lot of excuses. Figured he'd be a short price and try to go with his stablemate. You know, sometimes trying to guess what prices are going to end up here at Finger Lakes gets a little challenging. Let's just take a quick look back at the Arctic Queen. You know, you get Gone and Forgotten at 6 to 5 and Queen Arella at 7 to 5. If you're going to tell me those prices are going to be that close, there's no way you're going to pick Queen Arella. Gone and Forgotten with 6 to 5 and Queen Arella 7 to 5. So here we go again, that same type of scenario. Picking Beach Boy Al, hoping to get a better price than his stablemate Bingo John. After that, I looked at the 3 and the 7. Not a lot of strong opinions on who's going to run underneath. I thought either the 2 or the 4 would win our Monday night cap. Going to wrap it up here in a couple of minutes. Once again, 3 and 6 uncovered in the pick 6. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. First post, 1:15. We got a loose one on the backside. Uncle Vic is loose. Loose horse on the backside. Well, he's currently on the backstretch. Over near the gap, near the half-mile marker. Fans, we do have a late scratch 6, Uncle Vic. 6, Uncle Vic is a late scratch by order of the stewards. Refunds, win, play, show wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagers, consolation version of the late double, consolation version of the late pick 3. Concerning the pick 6, the pick 5, and our late pick 4, you will automatically receive the post-time favorite, late scratch 6, Uncle Vic, there in the nightcap. Heads up, everybody on the backside. Uncle Vic is heading back to his barn. Heads up on the backside. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the nightcap. Bingo John 6-5. His stablemate Beach Boy Al 9-5. Just a field of 5. Late scratch 6. Uncle Vic. Bingo John is in. Kong Loves a Fight moving forward. Beach Boy Al will be next. BC Glory Days, and he's got a short fuse, the last of the quintet. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. BC Glory Days, and he's got a short fuse. They're out for the lead together, and Bingo John's up close along the inside, going to go into the 2-path. Following them, Beach Boy Al and Kong Loves a Fight, the last of 5. BC Glory Days, he's got a short fuse. They vie for the top spot, and Bingo John setting up shop nicely from 3rd. Beach Boy Al's 4 lengths from the front. Kong Loves a Fight, 4.5 for 5 off the 2 leaders. BC Glory Days, and he's got a short fuse, and Bingo John tracks intently from 3rd. Beach Boy Al's 4.5 off the lead from the inside. Kong Loves a Fight. 24 4/5 for BC Glory Days and his pace partner. He's got a short fuse. Bingo John ideally situated up the backstretch run, little less than 2.5 off the lead. Length and half to Beach Boy Al, and Kong Loves a Fight. 49 4/5. BC Glory Days, he's got a short fuse. They remain 1-2. Break of 2.5, Bingo John. Beach Boy Al joins his stablemate with an inside trip through the turn. Here's Beach Boy Al striding into 3rd, trying to close in after the top 2. At the back there, races Kong Loves a Fight. He's got a short fuse in BC Glory Days. Beach Boy Al and Bingo John continue to chase the top 2. Kong Loves a Fight at the back, trying to quicken to the far outside. Here comes Bingo John. Here comes Kong Loves a Fight. He's got a short fuse still with the lead. Bingo John getting to him. Kong Loves a Fight to the outside. Bingo John, Kong Loves a Fight. Kong Loves a Fight to carry over the pick 6. Kong Loves a Fight from Bingo John. Then he's got a short fuse. BC Glory Days and Beach Boy Al. 17-1 upsetter, the only horse that could trigger a pick six carryover. Kong Loves a Fight. 145 and 71/100ths the final time. 3 is the unofficial winner. No excuses to Bingo John. He is second. Third place, 7. He's got a short fuse. Fourth place to the 1A, BC Glory Days. Make sure to hold all tickets. You were reminded 6, Uncle Vic, was a late scratch. 2, Bingo John was sent off as the Eva Money post time favorite. Kong Loves a Fight. Biggest price on the board. He's a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Congrats out of the damn Holly Star. Owned by Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons Racing. Winning trainer Paul Barrow. Winning jockey Jeremias Flores. The winner was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC. And the nightcap is official. 2-3, a late double, $88.50. 2-6 consolation version of the late double, $4.40. 3-2-7-1A, the top 4 finishers. That exacta, $107. The trifecta, $106.12. 10-cent super, $53.95. 3-2-3, a late pick 3, $105.50. 3-2-6 consolation version of the late pick 3, $5.10. The late pick 4, 5 with 3, with 1, 2 with 3, $338.25. Our Monday pick 5, $585.50. 5 with 3, with 1, 2 with 3. Once again, $585.50. Nobody with 6 in our pick 6. $40 for 5 out of 6. We have a nice a nice one-day carryover. Very nice one-day carryover into the Tuesday card. $7,943.47. Just shy of $8,000 for the pick 6 tomorrow. $1 minimum wager, old school style. Free programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. Should be up about 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Nice one-day pick 6 carryover to gun for. Our Tuesday card commencing at 1:15. Sure hope you had a great Monday. A big congratulations to the connections of Gone and Forgotten. Once again, she is the Arctic Queen champ. We'll see you tomorrow, 1:15. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.